Engines roar, the crowd ignites, tires spinning under lights, booms are at the speed of sound, we're breaking free, we're
And welcome to the final round at Weskus. En ja, ek is klaar hierso. Ek het bietjie vroeër gekom vanaand. Yeah, it was terrible to be on the road at the last event coming back from Killarney International Raceway. And I see the results coming through and I see the messages coming through. And yes, ek begin julle met die tweede ronde al. Het maak seer. Het maak seer. Dis nie lekker om dit te mis nie. But I tell you what, last meeting, the last half of it was an amazing event. And I expect nothing less tonight. I think it's going to be excellent. And, well, I decided to bring the man that brought me into motorsport in terms of commentary 2.5 decades ago. The voice of West Bromwich Motorsport, Frankie Innes, said, hey, I've got an open weekend. Can I join you? I said, of course you can come and join me at Weskus Oval. Frankie Innes, good evening to you.
How's it, Gaza? Yeah, how's it, bud? Good to be here. So, yeah, the last event he rocks up late. So, what he decides to do now is bring somebody with to, like, double up on the fact that he rocked up late last time.
I had to have an excuse.
But it's good to be here. Lekker to be here once again at Weskus Oval. Don't always get the gap to be here. Kry nie altyd die geleentheid om by julle mense te kom kuier nie, maar wanneer ek geleentheid kry, is dit lekker om by die mense hier so by Weskus Ovalbaan te kom kuier. Nie soveel mense so wat ek gedink het nie, maar ja, is die laaste bijeenkoms van die jaar, van die seisoen althans. En 68 karre ingeskryf en ek dink al is amper 70 karre. So ons gaan lekker ietsie sê hier so 2 heats in die final vanaand hier by Weskus Ovalbaan vir die 2025-26 Club Finale Kampioenskappe.
A big thanks to Promax Corne. Nice to see you here. Or I can tell you officially, we won't let the people know, but Frankie's got shorts on, but he's got 2 pairs of underpants on because he's expecting it's going to get a little bit colder. So, yeah, alles is reg. So Promax, Light and Sound, been with us the whole season, and hopefully for next season as well. Some changes that are going to be happening in Ovaltrack racing in the Western Cape area in the not too distant future. Sitting on information that we can't share at this stage of the fight. As soon as everything is sorted out, then we put it that way, there's some very big news that's going to be made known in the Ovaltrack world in the Western Cape and also up north as well.
So on YouTube, globally, you've told the world I've got 2 pairs of jocks on. Fantastic. Hello everybody, my name is Frank Guinness and he's not. So that's why he does what he does.
He told my wife, that's why I know.
Yeah, it's good to be here guys, and on this cold but sunny winter's Saturday afternoon here in the middle of June. And we'll see when we go home tonight, for those that are here around the track, what the mist is going to be like. For those folks at home that's watching the live stream, hello, hi, welcome. Good to be behind the mic again. As Gary was saying, thanks to Corne and Ruan of Promax Sound, to all the sponsors of the class, all the sponsors around the circuit. A big thanks to one and all. Without sponsorship, it's not possible. Ons kan dit nie doen as ons nie die nodige borgskap het vir al die bane in die land nie. Nie net hier nie, maar orals.
But Frankie, you know one thing about Corne, we always say nice things about him, but I cannot remember when he's ever had one of these big live shows that they do with a major stage and what have you, that he's invited us into his lounge.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come one day. But you know what? These guys are so professional and they're so busy. And the artists that they work with is names that will blow you away. And I don't think these 2 brothers get chance to sleep in the evenings. They're just on the road and they're all over. So a big salute from my side to both Ruan and Corne.
The reason why they don't sleep is because they eat late at night.
Eat
Late at night.
I get it, yes. I see,
and in the early hours,
and
in the early hours of the morning. And then just before the sun comes up as well. Mense, ons praat 'n klomp chol, maar dis lekker om hier so te wees.
It's good for everybody around the track. It's lekker om julle mense te sien. Keep those, I nearly said campfires, keep those bright fires going. And we're looking forward to see all the fires around the track with the people. Julle wat lekker kuier hier so vanaand by Weskus Ovalbaan.
Keep in mind, just 2 weeks from now, Clipsum Saal is where we're going to have the prize giving. Same place as last year. There is a limited seating capacity there, and with the growth of the club, I think it's going to be a little bit tight to get everybody in there. But if you, the public, would like to get involved and possibly be able to be there, let one of the committee members know that should there be space available after drivers, pitmax, sponsors, and the people that help to keep the circuit going, like Noord Civils and Montevista Electrical, Snap Change, Cosmos Plant Hire, Wingfield Motors, AA Works, Lagoon Electrical, all of these people, Matcore, all of them, once they are all sorted out, if there is tickets left, it would be fantastic to have you, the public, come and join us there as well.
So, folks, just to go through the race sequence, we will start off the event with the stock rods, then heavy metals, then midgets, 1660s, V8 AMSs, 2.1s, pink stocks, or should I say pink rods actually, and then the Ninja midgets. They will do heat 1, and then they will do their final a bit later on in the day. So everybody will be doing, I presume, 2 heats in a final, but I think the Ninjas, and I speak under correction if I see they'll be doing a heat and a final.
Oh, the kids need to get to sleep a little bit earlier. For those of you that missed Second Gear live at 8 o'clock last week, Tuesday, the big news on the Kleinkaroo was the 6 national classes plus midgets will be racing this year at the 2026, the 30th running of the Kleinkaroo Championship for the 27th time. I think it's sponsored by Richard Greason Repairs.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Frankie. There's our family coming to join us.
Well, there.
Yeah.
And this year, for the commentary, we're going to have 3 commentators at Kleinkaroo. We'll have Derek Peak, that will be representing Mega Oval. We'll have Gary Fleming, that will be representing Weskus Oval, and myself representing Cape Town Drivers. So we're going to have the 3 commentators from Cape Town there at the Mega. And then Gaza, also big thanks to Herman Lazarus of Authentic Autos. He's going to be looking after the commentary team with a relation to transport to get you and I to Oudtshoorn and back. Of course, Authentic Autos is in LaBelle Street in Stikland. So for Herman, we want to say big thanks. He's also a major motorsport enthusiast. He's raced himself, and of course his son Divan has also raced as well. So he will be looking after us to get to Oudtshoorn and back to Cape Town.
Talking about Divan, his car was up for sale, the Golfie. Luckily, I say luckily, it has not got sold. So we're starting to put a bit of pressure on the young lad to get him back out on circuit again. And it would be nice to have the likes of Divan Lazarus, one of the young guns in Ovaltrack racing that has had a short but very successful career. Would be great to get him back out on circuit again. So Kleinkaroo, there is still some accommodation available, not a lot. I think Klein Plasie, within the last 3-4 days, they were down to 1 or 2 of the units that were still available. There is still campsite space available at Klein Plasie, but there's numerous other spots that you can go to. You can get hold of Dirk, or you can get hold of Ina Barnard, or if you haven't got their numbers, you can get hold of myself or Frankie. We'll give you those details, and you can sort out your accommodation for the Kleinkaroo. And the intention is that the fuel prices will be going down for the beginning of next month. If the Brent crude has gone down to around about the $18.60 mark, and that makes a big difference. And the US dollar is turning around about the 16 Rand 30, 16 Rand 35. So, soos in Afrikaans sê, daar's 'n oorverhaling op hierdie stadium op die brandstof, and the diesel prices, most of the guys towing with diesel vehicles will make it easier for them, and that will also secure the Vumza Nationals in Bloemfontein, which was going to be subject to being able to run a big event. If they couldn't run a big event, they were not going to do it. It has been confirmed that it's going to be happening, and as soon as those posters become available, we'll get that out on the show for you. Derek Tiat in the 5 car, standing right at the front of the grid once again. Henko Bester in there behind him. JP van Jaarsveld in the 116, Gino van Skalkwyk in the 27. Oh, the 11 is out there as well. De Wet Hofman, he's had a pretty good run recently. The 25 on the front row of the grid on the outside, also very, very quick. Dylan Harvey. Arnold Neetling will be on the third row of the grid. And then this beautiful Motordeck and Golf, what beautiful spray job on this car. That is David Kuchlenberg. See Neil Swart in there as well. I also see the 50 car on the fifth row on the outside. That's Morne Buerta in there behind that. Or Ibrahim Delvai, and then Harris is going to be coming off the back of the pack. Also the 840 of Damien van Skalkwyk coming off the back end of the pack, and that in behind De Wet Hofman. So De Wet Hofman and Damien will be two top contenders. Nice to see Petrus Ferreira back out on circuit again. Petrus Ferreira will be coming off the back end of the pack. That's the blue Golf with the white rims, alongside Mr. Harris. That's on the outside right at the back.
All right, so as the cars work their way down there into the pit corner, we're waiting for the flag to go down. As the flag goes down, we are about to go racing. The flag goes down now, and away we go. Race number one is underway as they run down into turn number one. And working the way out of turn number one, it's Dylan Harvey that's got the lead. Harvey sits out then P1. Watch out for David Kuchlenberg. Right up against the wall is Kuchlenberg. Tiat sits up on his inside. And it's David Kuchlenberg that runs around them all in pit corner. And he almost has the lead there. But it's a massive fight between himself and Dylan Harvey as they go back into turn one.
Ibrahim Delvai taking that outside line, but it didn't work for him. Now he drops down towards the inside to try and have a look up on the inside of Tiart in the 46 car. Just ahead of that is Henko Bester. Tiart very, very late on the brakes, closes up quite a bit, and once again Delvai decides let's use that outside line, finding on that inside line in the 25 car. He's having a pretty good run is Dylan Harvey. And it's Tiart that's gone off onto the infield. He manages to recover the circuit without affecting anybody else. Here comes De Wet Hofman in the 11 up against the wall.
I was watching out there for De Wet Hofman. He's right there with JP van Jaarsveld as they make their way around. And Arnold Neetling, he's in that fight as well as they work their way down. That's a fight just behind the front runners. But out of turn number one they go. That's all about Kuchlenberg. It sits out in P1. It's Henko Bester. That is in that second spot, Dylan Harvey, and then it is the 44 of Ephraim Delwai that rounds off the top four.
Neil Swart in there as well, and that ahead of Malbour, that is Tiart, then it's JP van Jaarsveld. Behind that is Arnold Neerfeling, and still De Wet has not been able to make ground to come through there. It's going to become a one-on-one with Henko Bester trying to get onto the back end of Kuchlenberg. Delvai sticks his nose up on the inside, and he's going to make that one stick. Delvai from the back of the pack, up to third.
Up into P3, getting his nose ahead there of Dylan Harvey. Derek Tiart coming through. Followed there by Neil Swart. JP van Jaarsveld in that fight. But Henko Bester is having a look up on the inside of race leader David Kuchlenberg. And it's a massive fight for the lead. And Bester gets his nose up into the front.
Well, that was a nice piece of driving. You don't get around Kuchlenberg that easily. And Kuchlenberg running a very good pace. The 27 car, Gino van Skalkwyk, is, whoa, he comes right across the front end and almost rolls that car. He came across the front of the 840 of Damien van Skalkwyk. I think he was maybe intending to go off the circuit, didn't realize there was somebody there. The full course yellow comes out. That car has got itself kind of beached where it is. We get the breakdown spot across this side, please. So that'll bring Neil Swart and JP van Jaarsveld very much back into play, as well as the 50 of Morne Buerta that initially had lost out a bit. I see there is two number 224s. The one being Petrus Ferreira that we thought was Petrus Ferreira, but it in fact is not Petrus. The other 224 is in fact Christopher Stopforth. Remember the Bantam Bucky? That's the same man, Christopher Stopforth. And the last two meetings, he's been going pretty very well.
Well, there was slight contact between the 27 of Gino van Skalkwyk and Brian Harris. He clipped him slightly as Harris was literally trying to move past on the left. There was contact on the right rear end of the Brian Harris car that's at the back of the field, but no damage done to Harris's car.
I think it looks like the reason that he was wanting to pull off, because it looked like he decided he was going to vacate the circuit. It looks like a right front flat on the 27 of Gino van Schalkwyk, and I think the contact that actually turned him around was in fact between himself and Damien in the 840, although that initial contact was with Harris. I think that's what slowed it all up, and there was nowhere for Damien to go, hence that contact. But none of that affects Henko Bester in the 46. He went to go and fetch David Kuchlenberg, got past him. But David Kuchlenberg is not his biggest problem. His biggest problem, in fact, is going to be Ibrahim Delvai, because Ibrahim Delvai is right in there with Dylan Harvey, who was driver of the day at the last event. So I do believe those two are going to be on the move. Remember, Tiart has dropped down from pole position down to 5th. He'll be wanting to make up some ground.
It's just ahead there of Neil Swart and JP van Jaarsveld and Morne Botha and De Wet Hofman and Arnold Neetling. As the green flag is up, we're going to go racing. The drivers are watching the flag. The flag will go down now, and away we go once again. Bester climbs on the gas with Kuchlenberg there right on his outside. The two of them are side by side. Ephraim Delvai, Dylan Harvey sits there in P4. Then it's Derek Tiart. Then it's Swart. Then it's Van Jaarsveld. Then it's Botha. Then it's Hoffman. Then it's Neetling as they work their way down and diving up on the inside of the 115 is Harvey. No, it's Botha. Now he's right on the case there of Neil Swart.
Wow, heavy contact going into the corner, left hand front onto right hand rear on the Neil Swart as Dylan Harvey drops down and Tiart moves up into that 4th position. Delvai fancies that outside line. He thinks there's more grip there, but it's not really working for him now.
Back down into turn number 1 they go once again, and it's a 3-way fight for the lead, and Kuchlenberg is running that back bumper of Bester as they work their way out of 1 with Levy in there behind him. Then it's Dylan Harvey, Derek Tiart and Morne Botha right on his case, followed there by Hoffman and JP van Jaarsveld. JP in there as well.
Look at that contact on the back end of Dylan Harvey by Tiart. Tiart was pushing from the apex of the corner going out, and once again Kuchlenberg slightly quicker than the Stealth Racing 46 of Henko Bester as they come out of the corner. He seems to have the legs coming from the apex of the corner. Right there. There you see, there he rubs the back bumper, but from there on out, he can't really make an impact. So I think that really goes around ratios and tuning. And Kuchlenberg goes for the outside line. Lays side by side down the back main.
The two of them are side by side down the back straight, and he's left the door wide open for Ephraim Delvai to come up on the inside. Delvai is going to go with Henko Bester. That means Cookies has boxed himself to the outside. He's going to lose out there to Botha. He's going to have to try and pull in either ahead of Harvey or try and run around the outside of Botha. What he does, right up against the wall, and Morne Botha comes right back at him again.
Oh, it's not working out for Kuchlenberg right now. There's just 2 more laps to go. Can Ibrahim Delvai go and fetch the man that made it to front? Kuchlenberg is battling with understeer. I think that left-hand front camber has gone on David Kuchlenberg's car. When he turns in, you can see the left-hand front caving in as Morne Botha goes off onto the infield. Sorry, that's Dylan Harvey that's gone off onto the infield, recovers the track, but the white flag comes out. Last lap, and this is going to be a stonker.
1 more lap to go, and Cookies is right out of this one. He's right up against the wall, and trouble out here for Derek Tiart as he slows right down. However, down the back straight they go for the final time. Henko Bester and Ephraim Delvai, and De Wet Hofman all of a sudden finds himself in P3.
Oh, he did a brilliant job of that one. Henko Bester from Ibrahim Delvai. De Wet Hofman, then it'll be JP van Jaarsveld will be the next one coming through, just ahead of Dylan Harvey that dropped down notably in the last couple of laps of that one. The biggest loser there was in fact David Kuchlenberg, who initially was on a very good pace, but it looked like he had a fair amount of camber on that left-hand front wheel initially, and then later on when he came past us we could see that left-hand front was standing straight up, which means it would then be not preferential grip on that left-hand front on the entrance to the corner, and I think that affected him pretty heavily. Gino van Schalkwyk is getting pushed back to the pits. He does have a flat right front, but that shouldn't mean that he should not be able to drive back. So there must be a dual problem. Maybe that flat tire was a side effect of going off the circuit. So that was race number 1 in the stock road, sponsored by Value Cars.
And already the WhatsApps are coming through. Ha! My friends from George. Hi Frankie, Brandon Britt. Jy moet mooi ry asseblief. Ons weet jy kan dit doen. Wees veilig. Baie liefde, Pa en Verushka. Dynamic Towings. So dit is weer eens for Brandon. Heavy metals. It's in my pocket. And then I've got one from Charmaine here. G'day to my dad. Today, my dad and I will be watching the race on live streaming. Dad, not well. Oh, goodness, okay. That's William Gray, I think, yes. Good luck to every driver. And goeie middags, Morne Botha. Greetings, Charmaine and William. Well, William Gray, ek hoop jy word gou gesond, meneer.
I was just going to say, how come they're not at the track? They didn't miss a race meeting anyway. My phone is inside. I'm going to have a softy at that now and check the messages that's there. You can send your messages, your dedications to your favorite driver, even your favorite pit Mac. You can send one to your girlfriend as long as your wife hasn't got a copy of the live stream. Next up will be the heavy metals, sponsored by Snap Change, the likes of ex-sportsman of the year Jackie Swart, the returning Alton Steyn, Anthony Rumer, originally from Cape Hell driver's side. These kids will obviously be out there with the carts as well. Pierre Coetzee, Willie Duplessis, Drickus van Dijk, the man that got driver of the day in his very first ever race event here. Tommy Borowski.
Yes, from Worcester in the boxy.
Wow.
In the boxy BM.
And Jaco Werter. Tommy Borowski, why do I say that name like that? Frankie, tell them why. Because he's the main spinner.
Oh, yes. This is true. This is
Tommy
true.
Borowski.
Tommy Borowski. Now, another one here from Ilse Rumer. Hi, Frankie. Vir Kian Rumer, lekker reiskop gehad van mama en van Eva.
Oh, wat van nou man?
Hy is hier.
Ja, maar sy moet...
Nee, sy worry om papa nie.
Dit is net,
Boeta,
gaan alles op Boeta.
Boeta moet ry,
Okay,
Boeta moet wen, ja.
Okay, Boeta, jy moet
Gaan op
lekker
Boeta.
ry. Nice to see that Alton Steyn is back. We've missed out on Alton Steyn with the Green Mean Machine for a period of time. He was out of Ovaltrack racing and at the last event popped up here and had a pretty decent night. I don't think he's got the same motor, the same kind of power as what he had before. The motor sounded notably different to what we're accustomed to him having. But he was still, he's lost none of his racing acumen whatsoever. And it's nice to have Alton back out on circuit.
And then Linda Pretorius sent me one. Good afternoon, Gaza and Frankie. Tiny's Pit Box would like to wish all the drivers all the best for today's racing. That is from Linda and Linda Pretorius and Emil Brandt of Tiny's Pit Box.
Oh, they should have actually taken a drive-through with us.
They were supposed to, but something came up today and they couldn't make it. So they decided, well, if you can't be here, then we will get a live stream ticket and we will support Promax Sound and we will watch it from home side.
Well, for all the people that have bought their live stream tickets, good afternoon to you one and all. Yeah, it's pretty cold out this side of the world. Maybe not a bad choice for you to sit around the braai fire with your friends and enjoy the live stream. And as always, of the best footage that you will get with Promax on board.
I just got the weather report. This is dense fog expected Sunday morning. So like ons ry huis toe in die mis vanaand.
Nee, ons ry vroeër. Right, next up should be the heavy metals. We've managed to clear the circuit, and yep, it is. And the man whose wife only wishes the kids comes out. well, let's see how this one plays itself out. With,
sorry, Gary, Tiny says the sound, everything perfect from their side. So Corneille and Ruan, hulle sê die klank by die huis klink awesome. Dankie.
Looks like Drickus and Anthony will be on the front row of the grid. I see Pierre Coetzee out there as well. Oh, Alton Steyn's got his livery now on the car. There's Jackie Swart. Duplessis out there as well. Also see Tommy Borowski. He's coming off the back end of the pack. I think he was at Klein Plaas Mega last week, Saturday. They've had their last meeting of the season. Elton Stein. Well, that car's looking very, very nice. Elton, nice to see you back again. Jackie Swart, ex-sportsman of the year. His daughter, Lisa Marie Swart, will be out there racing tonight as well. See the 69 car working its way through. That's Jaco Botha. I think this is the second meeting, to the best of my knowledge, for Jaco Botha. But with Anthony Rumer, Elton Stein, front row of the grid, I think Kutsia and Duplessis is going to have a pretty hard time, and Borowski to work their way through the pack.
All right, we wait for them to work their way out of the turn number 2. The flag will go down now, and away we go as the hammers get dropped, and down into turn number 1 they go. It is Anthony Rumer. Look at Van Dijk right in there behind him. Then it is Elton Stein that's there in that 3rd position. Jackie Swart sits there in P4. That's a top. Watch out for Tommy Borowski. He's trying to work his way through. He sits there ahead of Duplessis and ahead of Botha.
Oh, Van Dijk's doing a brilliant job right now. He's putting the pressure on. He did a little nibble on the back bumper twice. He got good drive coming out of the corner twice. He got that. Here comes Elton Stein. Take the opportunity. Elton goes to the front.
Well, watch out for Pierre Kutsia that sits there in that 4th spot, busy working his way closer to the top 3. That's Stein in P1. It is Rumer in 2nd position. 3rd is Drickus Van Dijk. Then behind him, we got Pierre Kutsia. Right on the case of Kutsia, that's Tommy Borowski, followed there by Willie Duplessis. And right behind him is Jackie Swart.
Drickus is hell-bent on getting past Anthony Rumer. He's rubbed that back bumper a couple of times. The little nibble as they come out of the corner works Anthony Rumer to the outside. I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony Rumer wants to return the favor, because he's been rubbed and bumped and knocked a good couple of times. But definitely Drickus is quick enough to break away from Anthony Rumer. But I think that Elton Stein has got a big enough gap to keep it.
Well, there's a potential fight going to happen here, and that's between Tommy Borowski and Pierre Kutsia, as they are nose to tail, and Duplessis is going to join in on that fight as well. That's 4, 5, and 6. That's Kutsia, Borowski, and Duplessis right on each other's heels as they work their way into turn 2.
Well, the last time they come past Drickus Van Dijk got the warning flag, and when Anthony Rumer saw the warning flag, because he was directly behind Drickus, you could see he nodded his head at the clerk of the course and said, "Thank you, I'm glad that you saw that," because he was rubbing me up. Well, Drickus Van Dijk, well, we can see why he was desperate to get through, because he has broken away from Anthony Rumer, and he's trying to make a plan to get to the back of Elton Stein. Elton Stein knew he had to up and hoof it, because the big hitters would be coming, and Elton Stein, having broken away early, has made a big enough gap. It just might be enough with 4 to go.
And that fight for P4 is still raging on there between Pierre Kutsia, Tommy Borowski, Willie Duplessis, and Jackie Swart, as Borowski goes high and wide, and he loses out there to Duplessis. He'll have a go at him once again, gets his nose back here to Duplessis, and now Jackie Swart has engaged in this fight as well.
Well, Pierre Kutsia is going to have to keep an eye on Jackie Borowski. That's right in there behind him. The blue flag now being shown as Elton Stein's going to make his way around the outside. That's going to cost him. He's had to go pretty wide to get around the 69 car, and that brings Drickus right into play. 4 laps would have been enough. It might now not be enough. Right now, the 69 pulls off. It's Drickus going to go one-on-one with Elton for the last lap.
One more lap to go between Elton Stein and Drickus as they make their way into turn number 1 with Rumer in that second. Drickus Van Dijk. Everyone up on the inside. The two of them are side by side down the back straight. Van Dijk on the inside and Stein on the outside, and Van Dijk gets his nose ahead of Elton Stein.
Drickus went for it and he did a beautiful job of it. I tell you what, he was super duper quick, beating out there on Elton Stein. Then it's going to be Anthony Rumer. Pierre Kutsia will come through ahead of Tommy Borowski. Duplessis getting it completely sideways just ahead of Willie Swart as they came across the line. But I must say, very, very impressive there by Drickus. If you think Elton had a hell of a gap, and Drickus went and did a beautiful job of that one. But Elton, when he got the gap, he up and ran, and he went as quick as what he possibly could. And Anthony Rumer, well, he got dropped down to that third position, but still quick enough to hold out the likes of Pierre Coetzee, Tommy Borowski, Willie Duplessis, and Jackie Swart.
Yeah, there was a good fight out there for P4 between Coetzee, Borowski, Duplessis, and Swart. Poor Jakubota got a DNF in this one, unfortunately, but he got the car fired up again, and he will take that 69 BMW back to the pit zone. From the Southern Cape. I missed you guys the last couple of events at Mega Oval. I wasn't there with Derek, unfortunately, but nice to be able to mention you guys again. 5444, dit is Bella. Hi Frankie Belly van George, mooi ry Brandon Brits. Lady, kyk ook saam. Dis die hondjies, by the way. En die midget se naam is Worshond, as jy nie geweet het nie, Gary. Mooi ry. Lief vir jou, lekker pit crew, Stasia en Steffi, Dynamic Towings. So, die 44 midget van ons vriend daar van George, die midget se bynaam is Worshond.
And that will be one of, I believe, 12 midgets that have entered for Klein Karoo. There's a whole bunch of midgets that's coming down from the Bloemfontein side of the world, and that is what actually made the difference, because we said, look, we're going to have the 6 national classes. Can we have some extra classes? Is it possible? Get hold of Dirk, let him know that you're capable and available to be there. You can arrive in your numbers, and well, so far, so good. And, well, the midget guys got together, headed up there by Swart, who was the sponsor for the last couple of years, Chucky. And he managed to do the necessary homework and got about 8 or 9 or 10 from Bloemfontein side of the world as well. As Kuni Simon brings the 888 out on circuit. There's the next one coming out now. Is that Brandon Brits? It could be Brandon.
That's I think so. We'll have a look and see. If it's the 44, then it's Brandon Brits and the Vorsond. We'll have a look and see when they come out.
The right color, but we're not accustomed to any sticker works on his car. That could, in fact, be the 21.
That is a 21, yes.
Okay, so that is Dylan Viljoen.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the one we're looking for. That's the 62 of Arno Rabe. And we still wait for the 44 to come out on circuit.
So the folks in George, don't stress. I can see the midget at the pit gate. It's coming out onto the circuit now. That's a 44 of our friend from the Southern Cape.
Yeah, he's also growing in confidence, race meeting for race meeting.
Yeah. Arno Rabe coming through as well. It's a pity we've got no A-class midgets here. But we've got 4 B-class, and the action will be just as good with the B-class midgets.
So it looks like the 21 of Dylan Viljoen. That's had a nice spray job. That's a new car driver combination to my mind. Any background knowledge of the car or driver?
Nothing. So we'll see what he can do tonight. Dylan Viljoen with the 21. But the front row of the grid is Arno Rabe, and he's got Brandon Brits and the Vorsond that is there on his outside. I don't think the name Vorsond, they're the 3 dogs on the top of the aerofoil. That's the 3 Dachshunds that they've got back home, and they ride with him in spirit, if I can call it that. And obviously he's named the midget after the 3 doggies that is back at home. So I think the 888 may just be the favorite in this one of Kuni Simon.
I'm gonna, yes, I was gonna say I think Kuni's gonna
theory,
do
yes.
well here, but I think this might go to Brandon coming off the front row of the pack. Let's see. Take them away, Frankie Ernest.
All right, so as the flag is about to go down, now away they go, down into turn number 1, and it is indeed Brandon Britzer gets his nose up front for now, but he's got Anuraba that's there in that second position, with Kuni Simon in third, and then our new driver out there, Dylan Viljoen, that's in P4. Well, this is the perfect chance for Brandon Brits to make it a victory one right up against the wall. He's a Raba, and Raba's right on the case of Brits as they work their way out of turn 1.
Well, a highly improved Robber in the 62 that goes past Brandon Brits to the front. If you think what Honor Robber used to do when he started and what he's doing now, well, there's a massive difference, whether it's the car, whether it's the motor, whether it's the suspension or the driver, but somehow that combination, oh, and he's slowing down. He's slowing right down, and it looks like that one has choked on him. Brandon slows right down as well. I think he was unsure as to, I don't know why everybody slowed down, but we do have the car stopped on the circuit, so the full course yellow will come out, and unfortunately after a brilliant initial showing, Adneralbe in the 62, come on, breakdown guys, goes and slows down and stops on the circuit. No mirror in the car, so it's dangerous to cross lanes to try and move it off onto the infield. The safest is just keep the line that you are on, slow it down as gradually as possible, hoping everybody behind you sees. But this opens up the door for Kuni Simon to close up onto the back end under yellow of Brandon Brits. And then bring our new man in, Dylan Viljoen, a little bit closer as well.
Well, as the cars roll by, I don't quite know if I heard right, but I think that 44 had a little bit of a misfire when it came past us, but we'll see when it's under full tilt, because obviously we'll only be able to know then. I cannot see a replay, obviously. I don't have a TV in front of me, but I got a funny feeling that the 44 might just have slowed down to avoid possible contact, because if he moved to the left to go through, the 888 could have maybe gone into him. So I think what Brandon did there, and I'm not sure because I can't see a replay from where I am, that he probably slowed right down to avoid a possible incident. That's all that I can think of. But obviously for the folks at home that can see the replay, they'll obviously know more than what I do at this stage of the fight.
Well, definitely in the lower revs, it pops and splatters, but the moment he gets the hammer down, then it sounds quite fine. I don't know why the front markers are catching up to the back marker. It should be the back marker that catches up to the front markers, so it should, when the yellow came out, it was Brandon that was in front, then Kuni, then Dylan. Kuni looks like he wants to restart off the back end of the pack.
Well, if that's his choice, he's more than welcome to do so. So the white flag comes out, they'll circulate one more time, and then we'll get this one underway. No doubt that Kuni Simon will get past the 21, but if he wants to have a go at the 44, he needs to clear that back marker now and tuck in there right under that aerofoil of the 44 of Brandon Brits.
Kuni desperately needs a 21 to close up on the back of the 44, because once Brandon gets the hammer down, clears that little misfire in the lower revs, then it's going to be up, dust, and disappear.
Right, the flag will go down. Now the revs will pick up, and away we go once again. So yeah, Simon does get past at 21 of Viljoen and move up into that second spot. Now, how many laps are left? Looking at the lap board here, I think there may be 2 laps, if I'm not mistaken, left to go in this one. So it's now up to Brits to win this one, and it's up to Simon to try and make a move on him.
21 with a little bit of a misfire, but yeah, new car driver combination. You got to sort out all the crinks and kinkles. As the white flag comes out for Brandon, he runs it a little bit wide going into the corner, but he gets good drive from the apex out, so he carries enough pace to stay ahead of Kuni Simon in the 888, leading out from Dylan Viljoen as they go down the back main for the last time.
Right, there's a half a lap to go for Brits, and I'm sure that his family and friends are jumping up and down at home. He's got a corner and a bit to do. He's going high. The Trapolate is closing on him, but Brits has done enough. Brits will win this one, with Simon coming home in second, and Viljoen will come home in third position. En Edgar, sterkte seun, doen jy net jou beste van ma, pa hier en Piet Retief. Hulle is besig met die livestream en dit is van Linde Hockley af.
Yeah, I think I must get to my phone and see what is on there.
I think so. Then from Chanel Dupree, Ken en Anthony Roemer, lekker ry, ons cheer al die pad van die original pit crew. Dit is Chanel Dupree.
Well, the next race that's coming up is going to be a biggie. There's no doubt about it. The MPT Marino 1660s, the likes of smiling Rico Kuchlen. Oh, the water truck's coming out. A big happy smile from Rico Kuchlenberg at the driver's briefing. Wynand Muller, ex-club champion, Smiley Skalk van der Westhuizen, and Louise Valentine, quite prepared to race with the boys and give them a hard time. Driver of the last event, Edgar Hockley in the 65. Andre Tiart in the 333, always very competitive. Willem van der Merwe Jr. in the 102. Salim Delvay in that immaculate 33. Abdulkader Delvay in there in the 25. Maurits Negrini also come along very well in the 69 car. Ibrahim Delvay out there as well. So the Delvays are all out there. Chase Herald.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure what car Chase Herald will be racing in. It'll be interesting to. That's probably the one that was put up by Mariska de Wet as mystery driver. Desmond Emming coming down from Springbok side of the world. Dylan Harvey, he's done very well of late as well. Gerrit Lowe. Mia Ellis is in there, and then Quentin Venter is back in town.
Nice
and Quentin
to see.
Venter in the 116 going to be out there. So 17 entries. It was only JP van Jaarsveld that withdrew from the class. So there should be 16 in total out on circuit.
Well, Ilse Roemer did let us know. She said, ja, al die Roemers, let's go Roemer. She says, Gary, ons was net 'n bietjie te vinnig vir haar gewees, want sy wou vir Anthony nog sê groete, toe klim ons op die besigheid.
Just for interest's sake, we got another entry. It's a late entry that's just come through now. And in fact, Frankie, you watched the show on Tuesday night. The young lad that we had on the show Tuesday night that's done so well.
Conradi.
He's just joined as
For which
well.
class? This class?
Mm-hmm.
Jano Conradi, Willem van der Merwe Jr. and the rest of them. It's going to be a fantastic fight out there.
The Delvays, Wynand
Yes.
Miller, Skalk, Edgar Hockley, Andre Tiart.
And Chase is climbing into a car that's unproven,
It won't be
untested.
junk. It won't be junk. It'll be good.
Yeah, and of course we know that he can drive. This class is of course sponsored by MPT Marino.
I always tend to think that the factory stocks is going to be the race of the day. I think this 1660 class might just rock the boat, but they're just putting a little bit of aqua down. So, yeah, I don't know how that's going to affect this race, apart from slowing it down a bit. But we did know early on that the water truck was not here yet, and there was a bit of a worry because the guys that did the circuit didn't want to put too much water down. They were probably watching the weather and expecting the mist to come in, and that dampens it down quite a bit. But then they've obviously realized, okay, the way the weather's looking right now, we need to bring the water truck here and just make sure that we get it all right. So just give them a couple of seconds, music maestro, and then we will go back. Our music man's gone. Okay. We'll just have a moment of silence. There we go. Mr. Music Man, do your thing. Got a good couple of messages that come through here. And yeah, confirmation, the live stream and the sound is looking good. Got another message here. Anthony using this meeting to get back into racing to possibly do car. That's good. Tommy Borowski in the ex-McKellar de Jong BMW. Yep, that's a pretty good BMW. And we saw Tommy out there in action already. I see a photo here of the Golf that Chase Herald's going to be riding, white with a little red stripe at the bottom. So that looks like it's probably a new car that has been put together there. Another one of the messages that came through from Nikki. Just want to give a shout out to Etienne Smith in the 111, driving in the 2x1 modified class. He's come along very, very strong since he started. Go all out and leave it on the track, but most of all, just have fun. From the Laser Auto Electric family in Brackenfell. And I've got another one here from Marnie Brun. Good luck to all the drivers. Funny Braid and one for the Pat. Yeah, yeah, that's a little internal version that we know. Orion Auto Repair saying, hi Gary, wil net sterk te sê vir al die drivers, hoop om gou weer terug te wees en saam te kan ry. Christian Coetzee. Now, Christian Coetzee with a little white Mark 1 Golfie, he's really made a name for himself. in the time that he's been racing. Another one that came through, Lekker Gaza, watching the live stream. 2 weeks to go, plus that, in the USA. Then we will see you at KKK. Good luck to all the drivers today. It's trying to see. Oh, that's from Adrian.
Yeah, well, they're all coming through. It's all on Gaza. Give me a gap. Another one for Brandon Britt. Sienna, sterkte vir die reis. Wysel hoe hardloop Worsond van Willie en Adele Visser.
And then from JD, hi Gary, kyk livestream van Brackenfell. Ek en oom Leon en Tannie Elmine. And then there's another one here. Hello Gary, sê vir Elton hy moet die BMW ry soos 'n rental. And he did exactly do that. And then another one from Peter Jean saying good afternoon all the way from Oudtshoorn. Oh, we're going to be there in a couple of weeks' time. We'd just like to wish Brian Harris and Neil Aswat all the best for the evening. Greetings from PJ Nolan and Nicholas.
Okay, stop. Hello Uncle Frankie, Titan van die Westhuizen. Ek wil net sê sterkte aan al die pink rod drivers. So ja, and then also one year, sterkte vir die Wet Hofman. Hy moet hulle ding wys. Hy het hulle ding gewys. He came from the back of the field into that third position. So hy het baie mooi gery. And yeah, I think that is about it so far from my side. I know Tiny has sent quite a few here. Thanks to Auto Pro and Just Clothing Range. Anthony using this message to get back into racing. Yes, he wants to possibly do the Klein Karoo. So Anthony just doing this as a bit of a shakedown. And of course, for those people that don't know, the Michele de Jong BMW is in the hands of Tommy Borowski. I'm sure a lot of people might have known that. So that is the car that was campaigned by Michele de Jong a couple of years ago. That car is now owned by Tommy Borowski. So yeah, the water truck has just pulled off. And we're going to wait now for these 1660 sponsored by MPT Marino to come out onto the track for their opening race. Pit gate is open, Gaza, and we will be awaiting them shortly.
Oh, I did say that the stock rods, factory stocks, whatever you want to refer to them as, was going to be the race. But I think this one, I think this is going to be something else. We've got Carter Del Valle on the front of the grid. We've got Edgar Hockley. Then we've got Wynand Malan. Then we've got Chase Herald. In behind Chase Herald is the 15 of Desmond Ewing, all the way from Springbok. Wimmer van der Merwe Jr., Skalk van der Westhuizen. Then the JP van Jaarsveld car, and that looks like Emma Legrandsie that's at the back of the pack. I don't know who's in that car. I don't see Emma's name on here. We'll see when they come past. Oh, is that Jana Conradi? Oh, Jana Conradi in the Emma Legrandsie car. We've got Salim Del Valle in the 33. We've got Gerard Lowe in the 166. Nico Kuchelenberg on the 146. Third row on the outside. Fourth row on the outside. The lady racer is Louise Valentine. Then we've got Carter Del Valle. And then we've got the 333 of Andre Tiart in there behind that. So Jana Conradi coming off the back end of the pack. Now we know what Emma Legrandsie is capable of with that motor car. Very, very quick. But Edgar Hockley in the AE brake and clutch 65 rear wheel drive 1660 driver of the day in behind Carter and Papa Bear in the Sean's 33 car. That is a very deft combination out there, that's for sure. Skulk on the Westhuizen with JP van Jaarsveld directly behind him. Well, and then that looks like Mia Ellis. Is that Mia Ellis in the 52 trying to get that one started? Breakdown. Come on, guys. We can get the breakdown to come around. The marshals will bring the yellow flag out and just keep them nice and slow. We can get Mia Ellis. It'll be a major loss if we don't get Mia Ellis out in this one, because Mia Ellis is one of the quickest lady racers in the Western Cape area. In fact, in South Africa, I would rate Mia Ellis as one of the top lady racers in South Africa. Oh no, We've got Delvai Senior in the 33 car that has pulled off onto the infield. That's Salim Delvai, and that from P1 pole position. Remember, Wim van der Merwe is in there behind Desmond Eving and just in front of Smiley. But then again, Jarno Conradi off the back end of the pack with a good motor car. I'm pretty sure he'll get accustomed to that car pretty quickly, and he'll start working his way through the pack before you know it. Unfortunately, Frankie, the Tony's 52 with the frequent flyer lady racer Mia Ellis from the Worcester side of the world has retired before it even starts.
Oh, that's a bad one. So the white flag will come out. We'll get this one going soon. And so 2 of the 3 Delwais are still in this one.
The 116 off the back end of the pack, that in fact is Quinton Fenter. That is that the 116? Yeah, so Quinton Fenter in the 116 JP van Jaarsveld car. So that
car's doing double duty tonight, yeah.
Double duty, but then again, you know what Quinton Fenter is capable of. Very, very quick. He's been out of the Western Cape area on business of late. That's why we haven't seen him racing for a period of time. Also very much involved in the background through the last couple of years, in fact, with making things happen and happen well here at Weskus. But Delvai, there's still one of them left. That's the 25. That is Abdul Kader. That's going to be on the front row. But can Gerard Low have a dive around the outside? It's Edgar Hockley. It's Wayne Underland. That's right in there with him. Kader Delvai on the outside of Desmond Ewing. Desmond holds onto that inside line. It's Chase Earl that finds himself in 7th position. It's Louise Valentine just behind that. But it is Delvai from Hockley, from Low, and then the 4 of Milan that's in there. Rika Kuchlenberg has had a pretty good run so far. Gerard runs it wide.
Yeah, Miller comes through on the inside there of Gerard Low. Then Rika Kuchlenberg. Here comes Chase Herald. Then we've got Wema van der Merwe coming through as well. Van der Merwe, oh, there's slight contact there between Kuchlenberg and Chase Herald. Right behind them, we've got Wema van der Merwe Jr. But up front, it's all about Delwai, and he is running as hard as he can at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, the man right in there behind him is, in fact, Edgar Hockley. Then it's Wynand Balan. Gerard Lowe's having a pretty good run as Louise Valentine finds the Emma Lagranci car coming around the outside now. That Emma Lagranci car in the hands of the young star, that's Louise Valentine, that got it sideways. The 333 of Andre Tiat backed out to make sure they don't have any contact. But that car of Emma Lagranci, it's got the drive, there's no doubt about it. And with young Conradi behind the steering wheel, he's making up places hand over fist.
Well, I'm watching this group of cars heading down into turn number 1, and it's a fight there for P4. That's Gerard Lowe that's trying to come through. He's got Chase Herald with him. He's got Wema van der Merwe there with him. He has got the 116 in there as well, and that is Fenter. And then we've got Jarno Conradi in that fight as well, together with Rico Kuchlenberg. So it's a massive, massive fight going on here for that 4th position as the top 3 work their way towards pit corner.
Delvai has done a brilliant job to break away at the front end of the pack. There's only one man that's been able to run with him. Not even Raymond Miller has been able to run the pace of the front 2. Edgar Hockley in that 2nd position. Then it's Wynand Balan. Here comes, well, he's lost a lot of ground to the front runners. That's Wema van der Merwe Jr. Then it's Chase Herald behind Chase Herald in the 116. The car doing double duty. That is in fact Quinton Fenter. Then behind that is Jarno Conradi. Gerard Lowe's dropped down into the clutches now of Smiley. Skalk van der Westhuizen. That's ahead of Andre Tiat and Rico Kuchlenberg.
Still watching this fight here. Behind Miller coming towards us is Wema van der Merwe Jr. Then we've got Quinton Fenter. He's up on the inside of Chase Herald. Then it's Jarno Conradi having a look up there as well. Then it's Skalk van der Westhuizen. Arne Tiart's having a fight there with Gerard Lowe as they make their way down the back straight. The lead is heading into 1, but there's still a hell of a fight going on here for 5, 6, and 7.
Well, I tell you what, Quinton Fenter giving Chase Herald a hard time. Chase Herald just threw that car sideways, going in front of Quinton Venter. He decided, look, Quinton is good enough to not make contact with me. I'll just hold sway as the leaders come through. It's Carter Del Valle, it's Edgar Hockley. The next one coming through, class champion is Wynand Miller in the Pro Skills car. Then breaking away from the rest of the pack is Willem van der Merwe Jr. And still, Chase Harold holds on with Quinton Venter trying to stick it up on the inside. And this time Quinton Venter goes through, trying for the cutback is Chase Harold. But Jano Conradi is now coming to play as well.
Listening to the car of Jano Conradi didn't sound very healthy at all as it came down towards us, and he's going to be overtaken here by Skalk van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen, the Conradi car, not sounding good at all. That pink motor car of Conradi is sounding very, very rough.
I think getting accustomed to the front-wheel drive is a different game at this stage of the fight. Edgar Hockley starting to lose out to the 25 of Del Valle. They go through the Pro Skills corner with 6 to go out into the back lane, closing down on the back marker, Rico Kuchelenberg. But with Edgar Hockley's car starting to do a bit of a misfire, it's now a matter of time, and that gap is going to open up.
So Del Valle comes through, he's in P1. Hockley sits there in that second position. Then we've got 2 back markers. Third is Wynand Miller. That's coming through, followed there by Willem van der Merwe Jr. Quinton Venter is the next man. And here is a fight between Chase Harold, Jano Conradi, Skalk van der Westhuizen, and Arno Tia as they work their way out of turn 1.
Skalk trying to work his way on the inside of Conradi. Conradi has a look out on the inside of Chase Harold. Chase Harold holding on to that outside line. Skalk sticks his nose in, backs out of it. Chase Harold gets a nibble on the right-hand back wheel as he comes past your camera position. And this is where Skalk comes into play. Skalk comes up on the inside line, trying to make up a position. Conradi's got a bit of a misfire, and I think that's costing him kind of badly. And I think he might have damaged the radiator. We saw a bit of steam after he knocked into the back there of Chase Harold. And I think that car might have popped the pipe.
Well, here they come down towards us. This is his 4-way dice, and it's now in the hands of Skalk van der Westhuizen as they come through towards us. Chase Harold, Arne Kiart, and Jano Conradi. Then behind him, the leaders are coming through, going into turn 1. Behind Low, there is your first and second drivers.
2 more laps to go for your leader as he works his way out into the back lane, and he's just, he's coming down through the Origin Oil split corner already. Is Uncle Carter Del Valle, and when he comes past, it will be for the white grab, Carter Del Valle. In second place is Edgar Hockley in the AE sponsored 65 car. Then the 2 back markers. Then third position is Wynand Miller. After that we've got Willem van der Merwe Jr. Then it's Quinton Venter. Louise Valentine managing to stay ahead of Wynand. Frankie taken across the line.
That's all about Carter Del Valle coming home in P1. Edgar Hockley will finish in that second position. Wynand Miller will come home in third as Kuchelenberg pulls off the circuit. Miller will finish in third, followed by Willem van der Merwe Jr. Then it's Quinton Venter across the line. Skalk van der Westhuizen, Arne Tiaert coming down towards us. Then we've got the back marker. Then it's Chase Harold, and right on his heels is Jano Conradi.
Wow. That was something else, and Rico Kuchelenberg gets it back out on circuit with all 4 wheels before he came across the start-finish line, so he'll take that one. Let's hope Edgar Hockley can get the misfire sorted out. Khaled Low had a pretty decent race there as well. It's great to see Desmond Emming from Springbok miss the exhauster mechanical services. Wynand in that Pro Skills car coming through ahead of the snap change entry of Wiemer Jr. Wiemer could have done a whole bunch better. Just took him a little bit long to break away through the pack. And once he got through the pack, he got away, but there was just too much space in front of him at that point.
Well, I've got to take my hat off to Chase Harold in that 29 Golf. First time out there, not bad at all. That must feel very, very slow compared to that A-class midget of his.
I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying. trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes
I just want to say a big thanks to the live stream sponsors, being Snap Change, N2 Panel Beaters, Logan Electrical, Monte Vista. That must be Monte Vista. That must be Logan Electrical. Logan Electrical? Must be Monte Vista Electrical. And then Pro Max Sound. A big thanks to them. And then got another one here. Uncle Gary, please tell David Kuchlenberg, his family at home says good luck. Must enjoy himself. And we know he will make us proud from his wife and kids. Lekker, maar julle moes hier gewees het, man. Is nogal lekker hierso.
Yeah, I've got one
another
here.
one that came through. Hello, Gary. Die moere hou almal dop van Bilshoeksdam af. Drive it like you stole it. Okay, that comes from Samantha. AJ LaRue, he always sends messages. Na toe hom. Dis nie Bontie en daai blou kar met wit rims nie. Dis my ex-kar wat Christoph ry. Yep, there's two cars with 224 on them. So yes, it's not Bontie's. Bontie's is not here. Is in fact Christopher Stopforth that's riding that car, not the bakkie. Maar ek wil net vra dat julle moet vir Jean verwys sê hy moet sy maag intrek op TV asseblief. Well, I've had that said about Frankie Yennis as well, although you will say it was me. Hi Gary, shout out to Debbie, the marshal, best marshal out there to date. Such a great inspiration. That one came through, and then another one. Well, it looks like Chase Herald's car was assembled last night. So, yeah, that car's very fresh off the press. Let's see what else have we got here. Here's a no. That's a voice message. We can't do that one. Just want to pop in and say to Arnold Neethling in the stock rods class, keep up the good work. We know you can do it. Lots of support and love from Shantae van Sale and the whole family. And there's another one. Good luck to the SH for Food. Oh, they're going to be coming out. The V8 AMS is sponsored by MPT Marino. The Van Wyks will be coming out now. Good luck to the SH for Food team this evening. We'll be watching online from Brackenfell. And that's from Mama Cheryl. Good day, uncles. Okay, so Frank is also referred to as the uncles now. Today, my dad and I will be watching the race on live streaming. Dad, not well. Good luck to every driver. And Goeie Millies from Morne Boerta. Goeie Millies, Morne Boerta. And greetings from Charmaine and William. Yeah, let's hope that Papa Bear does feel better in the not too distant future.
I'm
Another
gonna
one that came through, last one for the season, Uncle Gary. A big shout out to the legend, WO39, Brian Harris, and Nila Swart. Go big and kick some ass from your biggest fan all the way from Oudtshoorn, and that is Ray Carstens that sent that one.
Okay, Gary, just stop for a while. If I don't stop him, you won't. I've got one here. Wysel Wemer, ons champ van Maritza en van Waldo af. And then I've got another one here. Says, hello Frank en Gary, mooi gery Wemertjie, oom Brian en Tannie Barbara. So that's what I've got so far. And then I've got one of Adrian Ruthenberg that hasn't sent a message. He's sending us a photo of hoe hy vleis braai by die huis. Ja, dis dankie Adrian. Ja, ons waardeer dit, hoor. Right, that's also from Anna. It was a voice message I just listened to, and she just says to Brandon Brits, well done, and bring whatever trophies you can back to the Southern Cape.
V8s and AMSs sponsored by MBT Marrow. The likes of Dean Carstens in the 72. Anthony Nokia, he had a pretty good race meeting last time out in the 73. Francois and Stefan van Wyk. And then nice to see back on track again, Hein Kleingeld.
Yeah, we've got 5 of them out there. There's been two that's withdrawn. Christo and Emma Lagranci. Christo van Wyk and Emma, they've pulled out. But the other 5 V8s are out on the circuit. As this is Antonio Norkia, the man that sits up there in pole position, and he didn't do half bad last weekend at Mega Oval neither. I was watching.
He did pretty well here at the last event.
I was watching the stream last week, and he did very well at Mega last weekend, and he's going to be the man that's going to set the pace up front in that 73 flexi of his.
Never ever count out Francois van Wyk. He will be probably the quickest man out there, apart from Antoine. But then again, Dean Carstens, he's put in some pretty good showings of late as well in the 72 car as they go towards turn number 1. Antoine Nokia goes towards the outside line, and that is costing because it's Francois van Wyk that's gone to the front. And here comes Dean Carstens.
Yeah, Dean in that second position. Francois van Wyk sitting out there in P1. And he's going to be a hard act to catch. Francois van Wyk, Carstens in second. Then it's Norkia that's there in that third position as they make their way down to turn number 1. Then we've got the 55 in there. That is Stefan van Wyk as the field makes its way. Then Hein Kleingeld at the back of the field. Nice to see Hein out there in a V8. We normally see Hein out there in an A-class midget.
Yeah, with that suspension, looks like it's set up pretty aggressively, and I think that's catching him out. The hard driving, a beautiful sounding motor that he's got in that motor car. He's got one warning flag for making contact with Dean Carstens, so you'll have to be a little bit careful when he goes on his next passing maneuver.
Right, there's Francois van Wyk setting out the MP1. Oh, and it is Dean Carstens that turns himself around there in a turn 2, and he is really backing. Oh, there's contact. There's contact between himself and Hein Kleingeld in turn 2. That brings out the full course yellow flags.
I think that contact might have been directly on the right rear suspension. That car does look like the suspension. Breakdown, guys. Come on, fellas.
Guys on live stream, Gary. Yeah, well, Dean Carstens was trying to get himself back into the swing of it again, and he was doing all sorts of funny maneuvers there to try to get back into the swing of it again, and he did a couple of donuts trying to get back on track again. And that sadly just got in the way there of Hein Kleingeld, and Hein is on the go again. But I have a look at that car. Yes, he's got a flat right rear tire as Dean Carstens. I just saw it as the car came past before I took a look back up to my left-hand side, and he indeed has got a tire that has gone down on him, or is busy deflating on that car. Yeah, he's going to pull off onto the infield. That is a deflating right rear tire on Dean Carstens.
Oh, looks like we're going to go from 5 down to 3 right now. And the man you always expected to see up front in the 77, Francois van Wyk from the 73. The hard driving Antoine Nokia from the 55 of Stefan van Wyk, Papa Bear. And Kleingeld, yeah, I think that right rear damage, hope they'll be able to fix that. Hopefully it's just a rim and tire, nothing more than that.
You can see, not on the stream, but I can see that Dean having a look at that right rear tire of that car of his. Pity, because he was doing pretty well up and until he picked up trouble in turn 2.
In the MPT Marino-sponsored V8 and AMS class, it's normally Francois van Wyk that's the man to catch. He's very consistent, very smooth, doesn't do anything fancy and shiny, just gets the business done out there, stays out of trouble, very seldom see damage on his motor car at all. The way it arrives, he just adds a bit of dirt to it and drives it back up onto the trailer. Turning Nokia, he's got quite a sharp point on that front bumper. Antoni Nokia, he's a hard driver, quite prepared to mix it. Unfortunately, picking up the back end of Kleingeld's car, so yeah, I think there's a fair amount of damage on that suspension. I've got a horrible feeling they might battle to get that one back together to be able to get it back out on circuit again tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that the damage on Dean Carson's car isn't that bad, because the contact was originally between himself trying to get him back into the race again and the 77 of Kleingeld. I don't quite know if they're going to get that car back again, but hopefully we will get the Dean Carson's car back on track before the evening is done.
Hein, is it fixable? No go, broken. Yeah, he says
just
no
confirmation.
can do. Yep, he says no can do, not going to be able to fix that. Dejectedly walks back to the pits. Not nice when you go out for your first race and you have that amount of damage that you know there is no way that you're going to be able to get it sorted out. Not necessarily expensive parts, although it could be expensive bits and pieces, but parts that you don't have readily available at the circuit, stuff that you don't expect to break. You can't bring everything with you. And yeah, very disappointing start and end to his last meeting of the 2025-2026 season at Weskus Oval. White flag goes out for Francois as he works his way around. The only real competition he's got here is in fact Antoni. And Nokia will fancy his chances, I must say. A very nice looking motor car, that. Good sticker job on that. Car of Antoni, nice little spray job on there as well. Sounds beautiful when it comes past you under full chat. So he'll try his best to hold on to the lead man, Francois van Wyk, with 4 to go.
Right, the green flag has been raised. We're waiting for them to come out of turn 2. The flag will go down shortly, and away we go now. As the flag drops, go back down into turn number 1. Well, Francois van Wyk can just take it easy. Antoni Nokia is going to have to go like the Mary Clappers to try and catch up to him at the sharp end of the field there with Stefan van Wyk in that 3rd position. And that's the 3 that we've got left with 3 more laps to go.
Yeah, Stefan's actually putting up a pretty decent pace, holding on to the back of here. No doubt that Francois is the quickest man out there. Look how smooth he is. Takes that car, lifts it up, gets it on the jacks, drops it down, touches the brake pedal, eases the power in. You see it nice and gradually lifts up onto the jacks again and gets the power down in a straight line. He also raced at when we had the late models not that long ago at George Motor Club. Climbed into a late model for the first time, a genuine late model, same type of suspension. It took him about 10 laps to get accustomed to it in the practice, and he was very effective during the race evening.
White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for these 3 V8 drivers as they head back into turn number 1. Out of turn 1 they go. Down the backstretch, there's a half a lap to go for Francois van Wyk before he will see the checkered flag. The flag is out, and it is Francois van Wyk that comes home in that 1st position. Antoni Nokia will cross the line in 2nd, and Stefan van Wyk will finish in that 3rd position, not too far behind Nokia.
Town to town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Pretorius in that 113. He's moved up from the what was he in before, Gary? Either stock rods or 1660s he was in before.
Yeah, he was in the stock rod class.
Yeah.
It was them that had the car and trailer, Ilana's car, that got mashed while they were stopped alongside the highway.
That's
and
right.
And that Golf that got written off. They built a whole new car for Ilana, came back very, very successfully. Still one of the fastest lady racers out there. So how's this one going to play out for the likes of Etienne Smith going one-on-one with Brennan Green off the front row of the grid?
Rian van Niekerk is right up front there. The flag goes down. And away they go, down into turn number 1. Brennan Green on the outside of Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk's floating wide. That'll open the gate for Smith. Smith trying to have a look up on the inside, but it's Van Niekerk setting up there in P1. It's Green second. It is Smith in third. Then it is Maynard Pretorius, followed there by CJ Mostert.
Pretty good first Pretorius holding on to the front now. Brennan Green has got it up onto the inside line, and well, once Brennan gets to the front on his home circuit, one set of lights on the far side that is out, so there's a bit of a dark patch, but from a driver's point of view, you'll have more than enough light to be able to traverse that corner as Brennan Green starts to pull away.
Yeah, that fight's going to be on for second between and Smith and Maynard Pretorius will catch up to them shortly. Mostert sitting out there in P5, but that fight is now for second, third and fourth positions as they work their way down the back straight with Smith right on the heels of Van Niekerk as they work their way out of pit corner.
I think there's pretty similar pace between the two of them. I think they're going to all race long. As long as they slow one another around just a little bit, I think Maynard Pretorius will not be that far behind them. But undoubtedly, Brennan Green on the move.
Etienne Smith had a quick look up there on the inside of Rian van Niekerk, but Van Niekerk had that door shut in his face. Here comes Smith once again. He has to climb on that brake pedal. As Etienne Smith, as they work their way into one, followed there by Pretorius and by Mostert. Green sits all on his own up front, but that fight now is for P2.
I think if Smith can get through, he might just be able to make it happen. But then again, there's only 2 more laps to go, so any chance that he had was semi-negated with that last attempt that he made and did not manage to make it stick and then lost ground. It's now taken him up until now to get back onto the back of Rian. But I think Rian van Niekerk is doing enough good stuff out there to hold on to that second for 1 1/4 more laps.
Yeah, the last lap is out. It's all going to be about Brennan Green. But the fight is still on here. That second between Van Niekerk and Smith. Here comes Pretorius and Mostert as they start their last lap. Etienne Smith looks up on the inside, but the door gets slammed in his face there by Van Niekerk, and I think Van Niekerk has done enough to claim that second spot.
Yep, looks like it's going to be Brennan Green in the Brits Construction 2.1. He's number 1 from Rian van Niekerk, coming through right on his back bumper. Etienne Smith in the 111. And Maynard Pretorius having a bit of a struggle there to the line as he was closed down heavily by CJ Mostert right on the last.
Well, that was the 2.1 sponsored by Brits Construction.
Well, next up will be the lady races, and we've got some of the fastest lady races in South Africa. There's no doubt about it.
Sorry, Gaz, has any of the ladies taken up your challenge yet for Klein Karoo?
I don't know. I hope they will, because, I mean, if you look at the likes of Chantal de Blanche, Emma Legrandsie, Mia Ellis, Ilana Pretorius, Louise Valentine, Amy Bezuidenhout, Colette Simon, Lisa Marie Swart, and that is not all of the ladies. There's more of them that are around and about in the Western Cape area. I would love to see some of our lady racers step up and have a go at Klein Karoo 2026.
Well, there's quite a few from Mega Oval and from Cape Al drivers as well. So Tatum, just one of them that sent me a message early on. So let's see if they will take up that challenge that you and Lena Miller put down for them on Tuesday evening.
Well, I know Tatum and them have booked accommodation at Klein Plasie, So they'll be sorted out. Chantal de Blanche on the outside of Amy Bezuidenhout. Then we got Louise Valentine on the second row. Our ex-Lights lady, Colette Simon, in the 888 Immaculately Prepared Motorcar C2 Mechanical Services. Then we got Lisa Marie Swart. On the outside of that, Anya Bikes. That car looks immaculate. Anya Bikes has not done a lot of racing in her time, but I tell you what, her debut and the 1 or 2 meetings that she did after that were very, very, very good. And then we got the 33 coming off the back end of the pack. Now, I'm not sure who's in the 33 car. Could that be Roxy? Is it Emma? Oh, dearie me. Emma Legrandsie and the Salim Delvai car coming off the back end of the pack. So she's using that one, and Jana Conrad is using her car. But Emma Legrandsie in the 33, she will be a coming. There is no doubt about it. It's Amy Bezuidenhout off the line. Chantal de Blanche on the outside line. Louise Valentine holding out there on Colette Simon down towards turn number 1. Now keep an eye on Emma Legrandsie coming from the back end of the pack. She's going to go 3 abreast coming out of the corner. It won't take Emma Legrandsie long to get accustomed to that motorcar, believe you me, and she will be on the move while Louise Valentine hunts down Amy Bezuidenhout first and second.
Yeah, trying to come through there as they come down towards us. It's Bezuidenhout in P1. Then we've got Louise Valentine. That's on that second. She runs around the outside, Valentine, and she gets her nose into P1. Oh, and there's contact here in turn number 1. And that is Emma Legrandsie that is in trouble there in turn 1.
Unfortunately, going side by side for the same piece of track. I'm not sure if Louise Valentine had got past Amy Bezuidenhout before the yellow came out or after the yellow came out. Looking at the way they're riding, I think she might have got past in time.
Yeah.
So that means Chantal de Blanche and then Ilana Pretorius with the new car after the other one got smashed on the trailer. Oh, it looks like Emma. Oh, no. Don't tell me Emma's not going to make it back out again with the 33. She's cruising across the infield. Don't know if she's going to get that car restarted. I really hope she does, because that'll be a very quick. I mean, that is a beautiful, immaculate motor car. Let's just have a look at the footage. As always, the camera's on the right spot. Yeah, that was a disaster dive for a gap that didn't really exist at that point.
And that was Mia Ellis in that 89.
Oh, that's a pity that that one happened. Yep, they take Amy Bezuidenhout back towards the front. And, Mia Ellis in the 89. She did get the warning flag, so that replay was shown to the clerk of the course. Amy Bezuidenhout, that started in pole position, recovers that one ahead of Louise Valentine, Chantal de Blanche, Ilana Pretorius, Lisa Marie Swart, Mia Ellis, and then Colette Simon in there behind that. And unfortunately, we lost out on the 33, the Delvai car. Oh, what a pity. That's such an immaculate motor car, that, and with a great driver behind the steering wheel, the LG towing lass. The Cosmo Courier's 89, as she works her way around in the hands of Mia Ellis. That must be the car of Shaheen Baikis' daughter.
All right, yeah. You said earlier on Anya Baikis. I can understand why you said it, because Anya's name is on the front of the car, but it's being campaigned by Mia Ellis.
So there's a good couple of car driver combinations that are swapped out. The yellow flag remains out at the moment. I think they're just checking to see, was there any passes that happened before or after the yellow flag came out. Remember, at the point that the yellow flag comes out, if you've already made the passing maneuver at that point, you hold that position. And that's where the clerk of the course has to now try and be 100% sure. If you look at the lap scoring sheets, when they came across the line, it can be one way. Then you look up and you look across the circuit to the other side, and they swap positions, but it's 2, 3, 4 seconds that have gone by since the yellow flag came out. Then it's a bit of a difficult one. You've got to check with the people around you that are all eyes on deck, just to make sure that you make the correct decision. the drivers are often pretty sure as to where they're supposed to be, but sometimes, you know, in the heat of the moment, you're not 100% sure. You didn't maybe see the yellow straight away. It's all up to Amy Bezuidenhout right now with Louise Valentine that's in there behind her, and Chantal de Blanche gets on the gas pretty quickly. Lisa Marie-Swart, Ilana Pretorius goes for the outside line. Ilana's not scared of that outside line. The Maney Services car gets a little nibble as Lisa Marie just gets a bit of wiggle as she goes through the corner, but Ilana's got the pace as Lisa Marie goes towards the infield, backs out of it, and Ilana Pretorius flies around the outside of Chantal de Blanche.
Yeah, up into that third position. She's now in there behind Amy Bezuidenhout. Down into turn number 1, and there is nothing that Bezuidenhout can do to keep her behind him. Here comes Mia Ellis as well. Ellis is going to have a go for that third spot, and Ellis does get into that third position. But it's all about Louise Valentine that sits there in P1.
Well, she's going to have to hoof it because we know how quick Ilana Pretorius is. We know how quick Mia Ellis can be. And Mia Ellis's bonnet has started to come loose now. Hopefully the wind will blow it down or blow it off, that she doesn't end up getting a flag to say this is too dangerous, you've got to park that motor car. That is the last thing she wants. Well, she's already worked her way up into third and having a look to get towards the back bumper of Ilana Pretorius.
Yeah, sitting there in that third spot. The top 3 have now pulled away from this fight. That's us heading down into turn number 1. And Chantal de Blanche is in P4. She is really battling. She's gone from the front of the field down into that 4th position, and she's fighting off the other 3 ladies behind her. But here we go with Mia Ellis having a look there at Ilana Pretorius wanting that second spot.
Well, Ilana was catching up to the front runner Louise reasonably quickly. But somehow Louise has just upped the pace a little bit with 3 to go. And Mia Ellis quite prepared to look on that the outside line. Gets run just a little bit wider. It's going to take another lap. Ilana Pretorius still going in search of the very quick Louise Valentine. And Louise runs wide. Louise runs wide. It's now a 3-way battle.
Right, Amy Bezuidenhout and Lisa Marie-Swart are there in P4 and 5 at this stage again. They're pulling away from the other 2, but the fight is on here. It is up front. It is Louise Valentine from Ilana Pretorius, from Mia Ellis. The 3 of them are going hell for leather as they work their way out of 1.
Well, now she's going to go for that inside line, and Ilana Pretorius closes it off. We know Mia Ellis is not scared to do the late braking maneuver and run that outside line. Ilana gives her fair space, but Mia's going to lose out. She's going to drop down, but Louise Valentine on the white flag has now got Ilana Pretorius right on the back bumper. She runs it wide yet again. The pressure's getting to her. They're going to go side by side as they go down the back lane. It's still going to be Louise Valentine. Louise Valentine down to the last corner. Mia Ellis goes for the run. Mia Ellis on the outside of Ilana Pretorius. Can Mia Ellis go all the way to the front? Frankie, take him across the line.
Well, it's going to be, yeah, she has done it. She has done it right on the line. It is Mia Ellis that comes home in P1. Wow. What a
No,
race
I don't
there.
think so.
I think so.
Being confirmed by the clerk of the course.
Incorrect. She won that race. She came right past in front of me. However, I'm not the one that makes the call. The clerk of the course makes the call.
What an amazing run by Mia Ellis there right on the last. Louise Valentine looked like an out-and-out winner initially at that stage of the fight. No doubt that she was the fastest out there. Ilana Pretorius came through very, very quickly and looked like she was going to be able to catch up to Louise. And then once Mia got accustomed to that motor car, you could see she was coming, and she was coming quickly back into the fight. That became a 3-way battle, which was amazing. The biggest disappointment is the fact that we lost out on the 33 car with Emma in that motor car. I'm pretty sure she'll get it back out on track again and be able to go one-on-one with the rest of the ladies. Sponsored by Fonkit.
Well, I'll tell you what, to me, it looked like it was the other way around, but the lap scoring ladies had a much better angle than what I had, so it was very, very close there. But sadly for Mia, very, very close, but it was not meant to be. Oh, look at all of these guys coming out that pit gate. These are the Ninja Midgets. And there are, how many of them? 5, 6, 5. Yes, enough. as they come out of the gate. Yeah, we've got some good names. These youngsters, you know what, Gaza, jeez, I'm going to put my money on, I'm going to gamble here big time, but I know what Nicole Simon can do. He is super quick. He was the man on the move for the last couple of events, not only just here, but at Mega Oval as well. Cian Boertes is quick. Ruan Pretorius is quick. Kian Rumer is fast. Daniel Boertes Jr. is quick. And there's a late entry, Zoe Kutz. I don't know too much about Zoe, but I can tell you the other 5 are very, very, very quick and capable young drivers. All right, so the flag goes down, and away we go. Down into turn number 1. Oh, have a look at them. They are going to try and go 4 abreast. Watch out for Kian Rumer. He wants to run down. Oh, we got a spinner in turn 1. Going to get that cart flicked around and going once again. But down the back straight they go. And we'll pick up the numbers when they come past us, because way down there, they are very small. They look like full stops coming out of turn 2. And up front it is Nicole Simon, the man that I said was going to win this one, with Rumer there behind him. The young man on the move, Nicole Simon in the 888 car, sitting out there in P1. But he's been hassled heavily here by Kian Rumer in car 5.
Yeah, Kian Rumer came out tops last time. Here's the 777 spins around. That's Zoe Kutzer, the late entry.
Oh, the leader's gone. Sorry, Gaza. Simon has spun the car in turn 2, and I gave him the commentator's curse, sadly. And that is the end of the 888 of Nicole Simon. That means Kian Rumer now sits in first spot.
Yep, and then it is Ruan Pretorius in the 77 that comes through directly behind that. So that's first and second. That's coming flying around the circuit and coming past the start-finish line. Kian Rumer in the quick-crete entry. Then the 77 Fusion Motor Group entry of Ruan Pretorius. Then the 57 coming through behind that, and that is Daniel Boertes Jr.
Right, so Boertes Jr. at the tail of the field, not normally finding that youngster there. Here comes here comes Cian Boertes, and then Nicole Simon, and here comes your leader, Kian Rumer, out there in P1. Ruan Pretorius is in that second position. They are running well. Then we've got the back marker. They're coming towards us now. That is Daniel Boertes Jr. in the 57 car, working his way into turn 1.
It sounds like Zoe Kutz's motor is popping and spluttering quite a bit as the lead cart comes towards us. Kian Rumer got some big names on there, Just Clothing and Origin Oils and Quickcrete on that Rumer little midget as he works his way at blinding pace down the back straight. Very, very quick is young Kian Rumer. Looking forward to seeing when he gets old enough to move up into the bigger classes.
Checkered flag comes out, and it's the Quickcrete Miss Ninja Midget number 5 that comes home in P1. Ruan Pretorius will bring the 77 car home in that third position. That is your top. Here comes Daniel Boertes. He'll finish his race. Daniel Boertes Jr. in that 57. And no, this man, bad luck there. Nicole Simon in the 888 will be the next man across the line.
Come on, get in. Right, so that completes round number 1. Now we go back to one of the 2 top races to my mind. I must say that the stock rods and the 1660s, I think, is going to be the real big showstoppers this evening. Invert grid for race number 2. Stock rods sponsored by Value Cars. This being the club final. Remember, it's Christoph Stopforth in the 224, not Petrus Ferreira. Christopher Stopforth that used to race with the Bucky. That's in the 224, and he came off the back end of the pack, so he'll be pretty much near the front, as will, who else was pretty far back? Devet Hoffman was pretty far back. Brian Harris will
Devet
probably
Hoffman
be on
came
the front
third,
row
Gazza.
of the grid, because Brian Harris was right at the back end of the pack. So that should be pretty interesting. And Damien van Schalkwyk was the 5th row on the inside. That was quite a long way back as well. So you'll probably find that he'll be up into the 2 front rows of the grid as well.
Yeah, Gazza was talking where they started on this race, sorry. But yeah, the vet did come home in 3rd, so you're quite right. He did start far back and made his way through to the sharp end of the field. But he came through very quietly. Everything else was falling apart in front of him, and he just kept on going through. And the 11 of Hoffman finished that one in 3rd position. So, yeah, I'll be in for a good one. David Kuchlenberg did pretty well. Henke Bester, my goodness. Pity for Gina van Schalkwyk. Hopefully we can get that 27 back out on track again. Who else? Nietling also had bad luck. He pulled the 7-1-1 golf off onto the infield. So let's have a look and see who's in and who's out for this one. Sponsored by Value Cars.
Pretty much as expected, it's going to be Brian Harris that's going to be on the front row of the grid. Look what's behind him. Oh, these Delvais, they are so quick. And Ibrahim Delvai in there behind Chris Harris in the Sean's Racing. Both of them Sean's Racing. Then we've got Devet Hoffman in the 11, the Quintec Auto Services car. Gina van Schalkwyk did get the 27 sorted out again. The 116 of JP van Jaarsveld. JP back into the car. The 224 that comes up now to the front end of the pack. That is in fact Christopher Stopforth. I remember Damien van Schalkwyk in the Super Quick Friedenberg Marino MPT sponsored car started 5th row on the inside. Now he finds himself 2nd row on the outside. On the outside of Junior van Schalkwyk is Arnold Nietling. Then we've got the man that started on the front row of the grid and ended in 5th. That is Kuchelenberg. And looks like Tia starting right at the back of the pack. So yeah, Arnold Nietling being showed they keep that position open alongside Devet Hoffman. So coming off the back end of the pack is the Stealth Racing Henko Bester. Also we have the number 25 car of Dylan Harvey that is coming off the back end of the pack. So it'll be 2 of the frequent flyers that's going to be coming off the back of the pack. Also JP van Jaarsveld in the 116. That's 4th from the back end of the pack. Not going to be an easy run for him from there. And David Kuchelenberg as well. If you think that you got Delvai and Hoffman on the 2nd and 3rd row on the inside, that's going to be a very quick pull going down towards turn 1. And you can't count Damien van Schalkwyk 2nd row on the outside out of this Value Cars heat number 2 in the stock rods.
Right, the green flag has been raised here right next to me. Ons wag vir hom deur te kom die vlagsak, and away we go on the gas. And it's going to be Ephraim Delwai. Watch out for Stopforth as they work their way down into turn number 1. It's Ephraim Delwai from Brian Harris. That's there in that 2nd spot. Here comes Devet Hoffman. Hoffman goes and sits there on the outside as they work their way down. Here comes Gino van Schalkwyk. He's busy coming through as well as they make their way down out of pit corner to complete the opening lap.
Dylan Harvey's dropped right out of it. He's dropped off to the back end of the pack, so that's cost him pretty dearly. JP van Jaarsveld hasn't been able to make up any positions, but Devet Hoffman up into that 2nd position, trying to hold on to Delvai, who will be the pace setter. Nice to see Brian Harris, the ever happy, ever smiling Brian Harris that also goes and rides in Springbok every now and again. He's holding on to that third position as right on that outside line. In the 2-3-4 is Christopher Stopforth, who's just driving better and better as time goes by. Change for the lead.
Watch out for the man in P3, David Kuchlenberg. He's busy making his way through the field. He started from the back, P4, David Kuchlenberg. He has started from the back of the field and he's working his way systematically to the front. Oh, trouble here for Ibrahim Dalwai. That slows right down. So that means Hoffman sits in one, Harris sits in second, Kuchlenberg is there in that third place. And man, yeah, they come down towards us. That's your top three.
Yeah, behind that is full course yellow. Full course yellow. Of course, Dalwai has stopped on the apex of turn number 1. Damien van Schalkwyk, watch the fags, watch the fags. He climbed out there behind JP van Jaarsveld at an alarming pace as JP rolled out of the gas. Well, that gives an opportunity back to this man that lost out very heavily initially, Dylan Harvey in the 25. He dropped off the back end of the pack on the exit of turn number 1, was pretty slow down the back straight, and then managed to get it all together. But David Hoffman will have to slow it right down and bring the pack closer towards him. Clock of the course indicates slow it all down, young man. Slow it down. Let's get everybody else to the back end of the Quintec Auto Services 11 car. Brian Harris in the Shawns and Tire Mart 309. David Kuchlenberg in the Motordeck Stikland 131. Henko Bester in the 46 car. Tiart's made up a good couple of positions. He's got at least 4 cars behind him already. As unfortunately Dalwai, that was in the front 4 initially, in the front 2 coming out of turn number 1, and it's choked off on him and he gets retired to the infield.
Right, that's the 44 of Ephraim Dalwai. So let's have a look and see it. Tvet Hoffman, that sits there in P1. Brian Harris is there in that second position.
I'm smelling clutch.
My noses are blocked. I don't smell much.
Well, use the other off. You can smell it.
There we've got David
clutch.
Kuchlenberg, that's there in that third position. Henko Bester right in there. JP van Jaarsveld is there in that 4th spot as they roll out of pit corner. That's your first. Then Damien van Schalkwyk coming through as well. Then it's Gino van Schalkwyk, Derek Tiart coming through, Chris Stopforth, Arnold Neetling, and Dylan Harvey in the 25.
Oh, something went wrong with that Laguna Transport 25 car at the back end of the pack, because I mean, that's normally a pretty quick car driver combination. By the time he entered turn number 1, he already looked like he was getting swamped. By the time they went out into the back main, he was way off race pace at that stage of the fight. Still 10 laps of action to go. Can anybody beat out on the vet? I don't think so. I think Brian Harris can hold him, but I don't think Brian will be able to get past him. Then again, David Kuchlenberg, he's also pretty quick, but don't forget about Henko Bester in the 46. He's also very, very capable of getting to the front end of the pack. So David Hoffman should on paper be the odds-on favorite right now. But Damien van Schalkwyk owes himself a good outing as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Damien makes up a couple of positions as well.
Right, the white flag is out. They're once again officially under starters' orders as they make their way out of turn number 1. David Hoffman, P3, race 1 overall. He sits P1 so far in race 2 with Brian Harris, the man that is on the move from the back of the pack to 3rd position. David Kuchlenberg in that metallic plum-colored Golfie. Watch out for him. He can steal this one away. Gaza, take them away.
Will David get the hammer down at the right point? David Kuchlenberg climbs up on the inside of Brian Harris. Brian Harris makes enough space to make sure they don't make any contact. And here comes Henko Bester. Henko Bester's climbed in. Harris has dropped down 1 position. Henko Bester's on the move. Henko Bester, who's going to be the latest on the brakes? David Kuchlenberg, you don't scare him whatsoever. Can he keep it nice and tight? Yes, he does. David Kuchlenberg holds on to second.
Well, so it's Hoffman, it's Kukelenberg, it's Bester, it's Harris, Van Skalkwyk, JP van Jaarsveld, Gina van Skalkwyk. Right behind him is Derek Theart, followed there by Chris Topfith as they make their way out of turn number 1. Down the back straight they go. Look at this high-speed train racing down towards pit corner.
Nice to see that Damien van Skalkwyk is in the mix as well. He's in that front group of 6 cars, although JP van Jaarsveld is giving him a pretty hard time as they climb onto the brakes, throw it into the corner. The Stealth Racing entry in 3rd position, starting to close now onto the back of David Kukelenberg.
Yeah, Henko Bester on the move there. Cookies will see him there in his mirrors and know that 46 Golf is on a move as they come down towards us. Then it's Harris, Van Skalkwyk, Van Jaarsveld, Theart, Van Skalkwyk, Stopfith, Dylan Harvey and Netling. That's a subtotal of the field, but watch out there for Bester. Bester wants that 2nd position and he wants to take it away from David Kukelenberg.
Oh, JP van Jaarsveld, the back car of that front group of 6 coming past your camera position now, rubbing the back bumper of Damien van Skalkwyk, forcing van Skalkwyk to hold on to that tight line. JP van Jaarsveld looking pretty good, but Henko Bester rubs the back bumper of Kukelenberg. Kukelenberg closes off that inside line. You don't outbrake David Kukelenberg going down into pit corner. That ain't never gonna happen. Kukelenberg holds on to that 2nd position, but the man setting the pace, the vet Hoffman, he was the lead car on the restart. Nobody's gonna get past him very easy with 5 to go.
And then there's a fight a bit further down, and that fight has been led there, but further back has been led there by Derek Theart as they make their way, and Gina van Skalkwyk is fighting there with Dylan Harvey and Chris Topfith. That's that fight for 7, 8, 9 and 10 as the leaders head out of 1.
Damien van Skalkwyk still trying to keep the pressure going there on Brian Harris that started in pole position, dropped down to 4th. Henko Bester holding just about on the back end there of David Kukelenberg, but still it's about the vet Hoffman that sets the pace. Nobody has been able, they can stay with him, but they cannot do anything more than that.
Right, and then this other fight raging down into turn number 1. That's been led there by Derek Theart from Dylan Harvey, from Stopfith, from Gina van Skalkwyk. That is 7, 8, 9 and 10 as we get back to the leaders making their way out of pit corner, heading down into turn number 1, and it is the vet Hoffman, David Kukelenberg and Henko Bester.
Brian Harris has now got a new car in there behind him. It's JP van Jaarsveld that's managed to get past Damien van Skalkwyk. The vet Hoffman down into the brake markers. David, as always, late on the brakes. Henko Bester with him. 1st, 2nd and 3rd in a battle. Brian Harris leads up that 2nd battle with JP van Jaarsveld having gotten past Damien, but not really been able to pressurize Brian as they take the last lap.
Derek Theart, Dylan Harvey, Chris Topfith and Gina van Skalkwyk come around to start their last lap, Gary, as the leaders head to the flag.
Across the line they come, David Hoffman, David Kukelenberg, Henko Bester, Brian Harris, JP van Jaarsveld, Damien van Skalkwyk. It looks like it's going to be Theart. Yeah, Theart will be the next one, and then it will be Dylan Harvey just ahead of Christopher Stopforth, and then Gina, having got the car back out on circuit after not completing race number 1, brings up the tail end of the field. Race number 2, the invert grid for the value cars stock rods. Right, I was talking about Tatum van der Westhuizen earlier, and she says, Triple K,
20 stock rods, Here I Come. So she will be part of this lot. And then I got another one here from Bella. Mooi ry Brandon Brits, ons hier van Dynamic Towings and George, hou mooi dop. And they just say, let's buy lief vir jou, ry baie mooi. That is from 5444. And that's obviously Bella. And then 0028, that's Ilse Roemer. Keen jou doring Roemer, mooi seun. Jy het mooi gery, ons is baie lief vir jou, Oom Louis en Tannie Tish. And that was from Mrs. Roemer. And then I got another one. That's just a photo that somebody sent me, 6808. Dis mense wat nou die stream dophou en hulle braai. Baie, baie nice. Hoor die Landry? Dis ons vriend daar al die pad van Namibië af. Tiny sent me. You're just making a joke. He was, yeah, that's just a joke here from Tiny. But basically, he's also saying that Kian Rumer did very, very well with that 5 car. And he says the stock rod class. That's like the API Properties GTA Challenge of gravel, he says. You're not far from wrong. These guys are racing their hearts out. Thank you, Tiny, of Tiny's Pit Box. Tommy Borowski leads him out. The heavy metals, Willie Duplessis is the next man out on track. Then it's Jackie Swart that's coming out there. Alton Stein, Jaco Botha. They are pouring out there. There is Pierre Coetzee coming out. 2 more cars coming out there. That is Driekus van Dijk coming out onto the circuit. And then, of course, Anthony Rumer himself in that 6 car making his way out. So the 58 car of the Terminator, he calls himself. That's Tommy Borowski. He's there in P1 with Jaco Botha that's there on his outside. Then it's Willie Duplessis coming through, Pierre Coetzee, Jackie Swart, Driekus van Dijk, Alton Stein, and Anthony Rumer in that quick car number 6. He will start on the back row with Alton Stein. 10 laps of action waiting here in the heavy metal, sponsored by Snap Change, as they make their way into turn 2. The green flag is up. Flag will go down shortly, and away we go as the flag goes down. Working the way into turn number 1. Tommy Borowski gets the whole shot out of turn number 1. He's got Willie Duplessis in there behind him. Then it's Driekus van Dijk that sits there in P3. No longer. He goes up to P2. Then we have got Jackie Swart, and Rumer sits there on his outside, bringing Alton Stein for the ride as well. Pierre Coetzee and Jaco Botha. That is the subtotal of the field as they make their way back down into turn number 1. But it's all about that boxy BMW of Tommy Borowski that sits there in the lead. He's been hunted down here by Driekus van Dijk. Van Dijk wil sy kop aan die binnekant indruk daar van Borowski. Borowski sit daar aan die buitekant. Dat is Driekus van Dijk wat in die binnekant van hom beweeg. Hy wil deurkom daar in die eerste plek en die kyk wat draai in. Gaan hy dit maak? Ja, dit is Van Dijk wat deurkom in die eerste plek. Borowski nou in die tweede plek. Willie Duplessis sit daar in die derde plek. Dan sien ons daar vir Alton Stein. Reg op sy hakke is dit Jackie Swart. As hulle deurbeweeg daar na draai 2 toe, dis alles. En dit gaan alles oor Driekus van Dijk en Tommy Borowski wat in die eerste 2 plekke sit. Dan is dit Willie Duplessis. Hy het vir Alton Stein en Anthony Rumer reg daar by hom as hulle deurbeweeg daar in die Kuiper draai. Jackie Swart het die baan verloor. Hy is weer terug op die baan. Maar hy het baie plekke verloor. Dis probleem hierso vir Jaco Botha. Hy is net van die baan af. Terwyl die manne hier verby hom beweeg. Daar in die Kuiper draai. Is dit Driekus van Dijk in die eerste plek, Tommy Baraski in die tweede plek. Is Van Dijk wat nou wegtrek daar van Baraski af. Dan sien ons vir Elton Stein. Reg agter hom is dit Willie Du Plessis. Hy word geplaas daar deur Anthony Roemer. As hulle daar deur die Kuiper draai beweeg terug na ons toe. Hier te ver agter hulle nie sien ons daar vir Pierre Coetzee. As hy deur beweeg daar na die Kuiper draai. Maar het gaan alles oor Driekus van Dijk. Jackie Swart kom weer deur, Botha ook. En dan is die man wat in die eerste plek sit. Dit is Driekus van Dijk. Wat deur beweeg, hier so Tommy Baraski. In die tweede plek, Elton Stein. In die derde plek, Willie Du Plessis daar in die vierde plek. En aan sy buitekant is dit Anthony Roemer. Wat deur beweeg daar in die buitekant van Willie Du Plessis. Du Plessis beklei terug. En is Du Plessis wat weer hy plek terugneem daar van Anthony Roemer. En reg agter hulle is dit Pierre Coetzee. Maar het gaan alles oor Driekus van Dijk wat daar in die eerste plek sit. As hy daar in agter sy pelvak afbeweeg. Daar's net 'n handvol rondes hoor. Hier kom Jackie Swart deur. 2 rondes hoor vir Driekus van Dijk om hierdie in te wen. Maar tweede en derde is nog nie beslis nie. En dit is Tommy Baraski wat net daar voor Elton Stein sit aan hy tweede en derde plek. Dan is dit 'n lekker geveg hier vir vierde, vyfde en sesde. Dis Willie Du Plessis. En reg daar by hom is dit Anthony Roemer. En Pierre Coetzee as die wit vlag uitkom vir die laaste ronde. Driekus van Dijk begin sy laaste ronde. Elton Stein, Tommy Baraski, Willie Du Plessis, Anthony Roemer wat deurkom en Pierre Coetzee reg daar by hulle. Die geruite vlag is uit. En dit is Driekus van Dijk wat deurkom in die eerste plek. Tweede is dit Elton Stein. Derde is dit Tommy Baraski. Vierde, dis baie naby mekaar, maar dit is Du Plessis oor die lyn voor Roemer en Coetzee. Gevolg daar deur Jackie Swart. En die laaste man wat deurkom is die blou BMW nommer 69 van Jaco Botha. Uitstekend gery daar deur die manne in die heavy metals. Geborg daar deur Snap Change.
Some pretty good racing. A couple of these will be at Kalainkarua, just another 3 weeks away. And we'll be off to Oudtshoorn for their biggie. Then the next one that's going to be coming up after that will be PEOTR, which will be the Nationals. Then the next one, biggie after that, will be the Rose Bowl. And then we've still got the Vumza Nationals at Bloem Oval as well.
Right, so as they come down towards us, it is Dylan Viljoen. There's some run, but there goes Brandon Brits. Brandon Brits going out into P1. Anurabe is going to go down into that second position, or should I say up into that second position as they make their way down that backtrack. Here comes Kuni Simon. He wants to try and get past Dylan Viljoen. That's there in that third position, but Brandon Brits sitting out there in P1 being hassled heavily by the 62 of Anurabe.
Well, I tell you what, it's a massively improved Anurabe that goes up on the inside of Brandon Brits. Well, if you think where Anurabe started, he was way off the pace when he first started racing, and really thought, come on, fellow, let's get a move on. Well, he's obviously up the equipment, up the experience, and it's just gotten quicker and quicker. And Anurabe is now becoming a household name in Class B midget racing at Weskus Oval.
Well, I'll tell you this, Anurabe's got the hammer down, he's disappearing down the road, but Brandon Brits, that's in that second spot, not too far behind him. Any mistake that gets made there by Rabe in P1 will be gobbled up here by Brits in that second spot. He's made a mistake, he's slowing down, and Brits hits the lead. No, they are side by side. Was he waiting for Brandon? I don't know, but you can't play games and then that will happen to you. And that has cost Rabe big time.
On Rabe, we could hear from this side of the track that he got a motor that started to pick up a massive misfire, and eventually the power kicked in, and when it kicked in, it was through the middle of the corner, and all of a sudden the power kicked in and it just pushed the back end around. He was pretty lucky, thanks to Noord Sibbels, that sorted out the infield so nicely for us to make sure that there's no danger factor going into that section of the circuit. He's managed to get it going, but yeah, it doesn't want to go fast whatsoever. But he's going to keep on circulating with that car as the 44 comes through to take the checkered flag in the hands of nobody else other than Brandon Brits. Kuni Simon will then take that second position overall.
Well, I actually initially thought that he was slowing down to wait for the 44 and then give a go, and then all of a sudden I saw the car, so I thought he was actually just playing a game, saying come on, let's make a race of it, but actually he did pick up a misfire on that 62 car, and he was lucky to bring it home in that third position. I think he got home just ahead of the 21 of Dylan Viljoen. Maar Brandon Brits in Worsond, julle mense daar in George in die Suid-Kaap, julle kan my seker hoor, julle seker baie trots op Brandon in Worsond. Ja, gaan julle seker almal in Klein Karoo sien, so al die mense daar van George, kom sê vir die kommentaarspan hulle daar in George, myself Frankie Jennis, Gary Fleming en Derek Peek gaan ook daar wees, so kom groet vir ons daar oor 'n maand. Wel, 2 dae minder as 'n maand in Klein Karoo. But give this man a big round of applause. He did so well up until it didn't go so well anymore.
right, here comes another biggie out on circuit. 1660s, sponsored by MPT Marino. The man that started right off the back end of the pack, Smiley Skulk van der Westhuizen in the Pro Skills car, waving to his renter crowd. It's lovely to have Skulk out on circuit as always. But he's got the very, very quick Wiemer van der Merwe Jr. in the Origin Oils RT Auto snap change, good used car and Bucky spares in there behind him. And we've got the 333 of Andre Tiat that is going to be on the second row. Then we've got Carter Del Valle behind that Wynand that came up third in the previous event, bringing the 52 Golf around, probably going to come up onto the front row of the grid. Yep, going to go right around the outside, come through to the front end of the grid. That'll be front row on the outside in the 52. That is Mia Ellis in her own car this time around. So let's hope that one works out. She didn't manage to ride race number one. It choked off right at the beginning. And that was as far as she went, but she will be able to run with the boys. There's no doubt about it. MPT Marino, 1660s. What can that man on the second row of the grid do? Is Wiemer van der Merwe Jr. gets the hammer down, but it's going to be Skulk van der Westhuizen down into turn number one. The Pro Skills man leads out. Wiemer tries to stick his nose on the inside. Mia Ellis gets worked to the outside by the 33. Once again, Mia Ellis's car just does not have the drive in a straight line.
Well, watch out for that man in that third spot. Chasey Harold sitting there in that third. Edgar Hockley, my word, trying to fight his way through there as they work their way down. Abdul Kader Del Valle finds himself pretty far down. It's a 251 of Ephraim Del Valle that sits there just behind Chasey Harold. He's got Edgar Hockley and Mia Ellis right there with him.
Oh, looks like Mia's car's up and running now, but Skulk van der Westhuizen leading out from Wiemer van der Merwe Jr. Mia Ellis up on the inside of Edgar Hockley. She's going to make that position stick. Take the Tony's car up into that sixth position. Wiemer's having a look up on the inside of Skulk van der Westhuizen. Skulk lets him through, tries to go for the cutback. Wiemer tries to close that line off. They make light contact. Wiemer van der Merwe has gone to the front. It is the 333 of Andre Tiat in that third position. The front three having broken away. The rest of them are racked, packed and stacked behind Chase Harold.
Yeah, Chase Harold. Then it's Ephraim Del Valle. Then it's Mia Ellis. Then it's Edgar Hockley. Then behind Hockley, it's Desmond Ebbing that's trying to fight his way through. And we'll go back to the front end of the field as they make their way. Oh, and Skulk van der Westhuizen got that 7 car sideways, and that has released Van der Merwe Jr. a little bit further down the road. And Andre Tiat, trouble on the infield.
Wynand's out of it. He's off onto the infield, and Desmond Ebbing has picked up a misfire, so that's 2 of the big hitters that is out of it. Mia Ellis now goes for the dive into turn number 1. The 3 of them sitting in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Chase Harold leading out from Del Valle with Ellis and Hockley in there behind that. Desmond Ebbing idling around with a very heavy misfire.
Van der Merwe Jr. coming down towards us, followed there by Skulk van der Westhuizen. Then it's Chase Harold, Ephraim Del Valle, Mia Ellis, Edgar Hockley coming through as well as they make their way out of turn number 1. Here comes a Kucklenberg through, but it's all about Wiemer van der Merwe Jr. that's coming down towards us. He is way down the road, and Skulk van der Westhuizen in second.
Well, at this stage of the fight, Del Valle is trying to hold on and pressurize Chase Harold in that 3rd position. That Golf that's just been put together. I think he's actually put it together for somebody else, and is just now doing the race setup on that vehicle this evening. Likes to get the tail end nice and loose going into the corners, but well, he's going to have to keep the hammer down because Del Valle is right there behind him, and so is Mia Ellis, and Hockley is now starting to come into play as well.
Van der Merwe's getting away now from Van der Westhuizen, and then that fight is on there behind him between Chase Harold, Ephraim Del Valle. Behind Ephraim Del Valle, it's Mia Ellis. Hockley's running very wide. Then we have got Abdul Abdulkader Delwai, Salim Delwai going down into turn number 1, followed here by Gerard Lowe.
Hockley's got a bit of a rough sound to his motor as well. It's still going pretty well, but not enough to be able to get around the outside of Mia Ellis, who's also battling with a car that seems to lose power. And whoa, Hockley right up against the wall, hammers across and takes Delvai in the 25 Sean's car out of it. I think the wing actually touched up against the wall. He was so close to the wall, and well, he came back across the line. No, not on purpose. It was just that was the way the car was set up at that stage. Managed to recover it as best as he possibly could.
Well, here comes Ephraim Delwai. Hockley just behind Ellis. Then it's a recovering Abdulkader Delwai that's trying to get back. He's ahead there of Gerard Lowe. But it's all about Van der Merwe Jr. coming around with Skulk in second position. Ephraim Delwai is right on the heels here of Chase Herald as they make their way out of one, followed by Salim Delwai.
Mia Ellis's car's packing up, and again, unfortunately, she's not going to go much further. Abdulkader Delwai on the back end of Chase Herald. That's the battle for third and fourth position. Then it is Salim Delwai in the 33, Edgar Hockley in the 65. Then the second of the Delwais coming through, and that is Carter, and that ahead of Gerard Lowe as the white flag is going to come out soon.
Yeah, there's only a handful of laps to go as Van der Merwe and Van der Westhuizen make their way through. Now, if you look at this car, there's a 2.5 and there's a 1 in black on the side of it. That is Ephraim Delwai in the 251. Salim Delwai is out there in the 33. Then it is Hockley. Then it's Abdulkader Delwai coming through as the white flag is out, the leader making his way out of one.
Yep, it's Skulk in second, Chase in third, and then Delvai in fourth. And fifth is the two Delvais, and sixth because all three Delvais is out there. Here he comes through to take the checkered flag. What a lovely drive. Van der Merwe Jr. comes across the line, beating out on the original pole sitter. That is Skulk van der Westhuizen. A good drive by Chase Herald from Carter Delvai. Then the second of the Delvais, that is Salim in his own car, having well, he's actually loaned out the car earlier on, but unfortunately didn't finish race number 1. Having to get it all together now. Somebody's running some heavy hooligan juice that's burning the eyeballs kind of bad.
Van der Merwe in P1, Van der Westhuizen second. Now, Gary, the folks at home wouldn't see it, but there's 225 cars out on the track. 251 is the one that came third. It's a 25, and then there's a 1 in black. You can hardly see it. That would then be Ephraim Delwai that finished there in second. The 25 would then be Abdulkader Delwai, and then Salim is out there in that 33. But well done to all of them in the 1660, sponsored by MPT Marino.
Next up will be also sponsored by MPT Marino. The V8s and AMS has got a message from Mr. Van der Merwe earlier on, saying unfortunately none of the Lexus V8s out there tonight. They are building extra cars. They are rebuilding the cars, the 17 and the 71 and the 69, and they are bringing more of those cars into play as well, and they say they're going to be back in force for the beginning of the 2026-2027 season year at Weskus.
That's good, because the two Van der Merwe's are in the 71, Van der Merwe senior and junior, the 71 and the 17, and the other one is normally campaigned by Lisa Maria O'Callaghan. So it'll be good to see those three, plus, as Gary said, others back in the new season.
Moving with the motion.
SH Transport 66 car. It's out there. So Dean Carstens is out in the 72. We're going to have the 73 of Antoni Norkia that started in pole position in race number 1. So he'll now come off the back end of the pack alongside Francois. Carstens will be a little bit further forward, so he'll be in with a much better chance in this one to go one-on-one with Francois van Wyk in the 77 in the SH Transport Mean Machine as he works his way around. They've also got a couple of, so they say, Optel karre that is in the making to improve this class and increase the size. So with additional cars in this class and additional cars in the Lexus class predicted for next year, well, later in this year when we start with the new season.
Green flag is up, and it is Hein Kleinkeld that's there in pole position as the flag drops. And away they go down into turn number 1. Kleinkeld sitting out there in P1 for now. It looks like it's Stefan van Wyk who wants to go around the outside. He's got Dean Carstens up on his inside. Remember, Dean got a DNF in race number 1. He'd love to finish this one. Behind him is Antoni Norkia as they work their way out of turn 2. Back down towards us, racing towards turn 1. And the 77 of Francois van Wyk only beginning to make a move now.
Yeah, well, they're sitting very tight. There's no way to get through there. Carstens on that inside line. Can he outpower down the back main? Yes, he does. Works his way up on the inside of Stefan van Wyk in the 55, who now gets Antoni Norkia coming up on his inside line. Francois still sitting at the back end of the pack. Now, Francois is going to have to start making the moves.
Yeah, he's in no man's land at this stage, but Hein Kleinkeld, what a drive by Hein Kleinkeld. There Francois van Wyk goes now. He powers around the outside of Antoni Norkia. Dean Carstens will be his second victim as they head down the home straight.
Francois van Wyk went around the outside of 2 cars now. Can he go and fetch Kleinkeld? Remember, there was a lot of damage on Kleinkeld's rear suspension. They've obviously managed to somehow glue that lot back together. Is it handling the way that it should? Well, no matter what he's doing, Francois is definitely super quick. Will just blow around the outside, and as per normal, Francois hits the front.
But still, well done there to Hein Kleinkeld in that second spot. But Dean Carstens and Antoni Norkia, they're having their own little fight out there for 3 and 4 as they exit turn number 2 and make their way towards us into turn number 1, followed there by the 55 of Stefan van Wyk.
Antoni Norkia looks hell-bent on getting past Carstens, who hangs the tail end out pretty heavily on the apex of the bend, trying to get additional power down, knowing that Norkia is all over that bank bumper of his, and Norkia's not scared to rubber back bumpers and try and apply pressure, which is exactly what he's doing. But Francois down the back main with the full length of a straight ahead of everybody else.
Checkered flag comes out, and it's Francois van Wyk that comes home in first. Hein Kleinkeld, what a good drive in a car that got broken heat number 1. He comes home second. And Dean Carstens has done enough, just enough to finish ahead of Antoni Norkia, who's done just enough to finish ahead of Stefan van Wyk.
I think Antoni will be disappointed with that. I think he fancied his chances of getting past Dean Carstens, but Dean's a deft driver.
I think so, yes.
You don't get past him that easily. Dean goes for it. He's not scared.
Well done to the man in car 77, SR Vervoer, Francois van Wyk. And SR Vervoer, Origin Oils, Hein Kleinkeld coming home second. Dean Carstens in a 72. Then Antoni Norkia and the other SR Vervoer car 55 coming across the line of Stefan van Wyk. Minke Loods says, Werner moet vanaand lekker ry en geniet dit. Sy kyk van die huis af en dit is Minke Loods. I think that's the other half of Van der Merwe Jr. Lekker Minka. CJ Mostert and Maynard Pretorius lock out the front row of the grid. What a lovely motor car. Coastal waterproofing. Beautiful setup here. Then it's Etienne Smith, Rian van Niekerk, and let's not forget about the Weskus bakwerke Origin Oil Tigre Flexi of Brendan Green. Right, they roll down that back straight. It's getting pretty chills here up the west coast. 5 of them. Watch out for the 2 at the back. Don't forget about Etienne, neither in the 111. That's not going to be easy, Gary. Here they come out of pit corner.
Maynard Pretorius gets the hammer down, but will it be enough to beat out on CJ Mostert? I think CJ might just get the whole shot. Etienne's right in there with him. Brendan Green says, cheers, boys. I'll just go right around the outside. From the back of the pack, ex-class champion, ex-SA title holder, Brendan Green, Weskus bakwerke Origin Oils, blows around the outside, and Van Niekerk still sitting at the back of the pack saying, well, the man I'm a one-on-one with, he's just blown away. Well, he's going to have to try and make a plan now because Etienne is on his way to start getting away as well.
Yeah, Rian van Niekerk is finding himself in no man's land. He's just behind CJ Mostert at this stage of the fight as they work their way back out of pit corner, back towards us, heading down into turn number 1. Behind him is Maynard Pretorius, but Etienne Smith slowly but surely pulling away from the other 3, and he's decided to have missile lock on the 71 of Brendan Green.
Yeah, I don't want to make an unfair prediction, but Etienne looks like he's closing on Brendan. He's putting up some amazing pace. Normally, Brendan with that for rap just pull away. But Brendan running a slightly wider line than what Etienne is. Obviously feels there's enough grip there to carry the momentum. But very few can hold on to Brendan Green, and Etienne is doing exactly that.
Yeah, anybody can, he can, that's for sure. Oh, right up against the wall, Rian van Niekerk, but he needs to try and get away now from CJ. That's right on his heels after making that mistake, as well as Maynard Pretorius. As they head out of 1 or down the back straight they go. Etienne Smith slowly but surely holding station here behind Brendan Green for P1 and 2, and Van Niekerk's cars very loose underneath him as they head back towards 1.
Van Niekerk seems to be battling with that motor car. He's normally very smooth, and something is catching him out because he's battling. That car is all purely with driving skill. He's holding it together, but that has brought CJ Mostert right back into the game, and Van Heerden's going to have to be very smooth to hold out from here on out because something is definitely gone awry with that car's handling.
Brendan Green will come home in P1 as the checkered flag has been readied here at the start-finish line with Etienne Smith finishing in second. Now, can Rian van Niekerk hold that 3rd spot? He's got a loose car underneath him. Yes, he can. Followed by CJ Mostert, and right on his case, he's the 113 of Maynard Pretorius.
That was a pretty nice dice for 3rd, 4th, and 5th there, I must say.
Yep.
I think Van Niekerk fancied originally on the start line to be able to try and go through the pack with Brendan and then go one-on-one with him and Etienne. But the 2 of them got away so quickly by the time Van Niekerk got through. Well, they had updusted and disappeared, and it was going to be a 2-horse race at the front. Etienne, very much on the same pace as Brendan.
Very much so, yes. And I'm looking forward to the final between the 2 of them later on this evening.
Talking about looking forward, next up, Fonket Pinkrod's Music Maestro. this is going to be pretty interesting now on the invert as they come up towards the line.
Yeah.
Emma Lachranci in the 33, Ilana Pretorius in the 19. In the Anya Bikes car, the 89 is in fact Mia Ellis. On the outside of that will be Lisa Marie Swart. Third on the inside is Colette Simon with Chantal de Blanche behind her. Amy Verzeiden that comes off the back of the pack, and it is Louise Valentine on the third row on the outside.
This is going to be good. Let's see what Mia can do in that 89 car. Remember, she was involved in the issue out there in race number 1, and then she had a good fight back, and I thought that she had taken the win, but she did not take the win. It was as close as that. The lap scorers had a much better view than what I had. She will want to try and win this one this time, that's for sure.
But there's one big problem, and that's called the 33 car in the hands of Emma Lachranci. And if that car is doing what it's supposed to do, and Emma Lachranci is up on form, well, even the likes of Ilana Pretorius cannot get the whole shot. It's Emma that leads them out. It's Ilana Pretorius. Then behind that is Mia Ellis. It's Louise Valentine and Lisa Marie Swart.
Well, that front four that you see, the top three will probably come from those 4 cars in P, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is Emma Lachranci, it's Ilana Pretorius, it is Mia Ellis and Louise Valentine. But they've been joined now. Now it's a 5-way fight as they make them up. Valentine looks up on the inside there of Mia Ellis, and they side by side out of pit corner.
Mia running that car just a little bit too wide, but look at this. Emma Lachranci, she's only done a handful of laps with that motor car. She's already getting accustomed to it. We know the Saloon Del Valle car is very good. And that combo, well, I think she is going to just start pulling away. I must say that Louise Valentine has had a pretty good run so far.
Yeah, don't write off Lisa Marie Swart there in that 5th position. She could be an outsider in this one for a top 3 in heat number 2 as they head out of 1. Then Chantal de Blanche leads Colette Simon down into turn number 1 as well as we watch this fight with Emma Lachranci, Louise Valentine in second, Mia Ellis there in Ilana Pretorius, Mia Ellis, and then Louise Valentine and Lisa Marie Swart.
Well, Louise Valentine looked pretty good initially, but she's kind of sweating it out to hold on to that front 3. But remember, Emma Lachranci, she's an out-and-out natural. And even though she's done just a handful of laps with this car, even the likes of Ilana Pretorius does not have an answer for her. And, well, if it all holds together, I don't believe anybody's going to catch her.
Right, Chantal de Blanche, Colette Simon, and Amy Verzeiden out there having their own little fight here for that 3rd last position as the top 5 are now making their way out of pit corner. And it is Mia Ellis. She wants to try and look at the outside there of Louise Valentine. She went out. She wanted to dive in and get the slingshot and get some more momentum there on Valentine. But Valentine saw her coming and she hangs on to that 2nd position. Now that will now release Lachranci because Pretorius is now fighting to hold on to 2nd.
Mia Ellis once again goes for the outside line, tries to come with the proverbial cutback. They've actually closed down on Emma Lachranci. That just shows you the pace of that 2nd place battle, and with Mia Ellis putting the pressure on Ilana Pretorius. Somehow this lead car seems to be going slower. Somehow the car, yeah, she's looking down, it's run out of power. Emma is out of it, unfortunately. You could see the last 2 laps it was starting to go slower. I don't think she's going to go any further.
Mia Ellis, sorry, Gaza.
Mia Ellis,
yeah,
that's now spun and looks like she'll get it going. But yeah, the 2 of them on the circuit. The white flag has come out. I don't see any yellow flags that has come out. She's standing pretty close to the track. Everybody has slowed down, even though there is no yellow flags out there right now. Well, with them all slowing down, the white flag was out. Whoever comes across the checkered line, it's going to be Chantal de Blanche. It is going to be Chantal de Blanche that will come through. Well, okay, maybe it will then go to... I'm not sure now. Now I'm not
It was Ilana Pretorius who came home in P1 with Louise Valentine in second and Lisa Marie Swart. Because those two cars fell out, Lisa comes home in that third position.
What a pity for Emma. It didn't work out for her. You could see she was holding the gap without any problem whatsoever. And then all of a sudden they started to close a little bit. So that's strange. She just doesn't seem to be on the pace. And then all of a sudden the power went away. And when she came towards us, we could see she was looking down towards the on-off switch and the switches on the box next to her. She realized something wasn't right. She'd run out of power and she thought, okay, all I can do now is stay in a straight line and hope that nobody whacks into me.
Well, some good action there by the ladies, and that class sponsored by Fonkit. That's an electrical company, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you guessing or are you just working on the name?
No, judging by the name, I would think it is
Fonkit.
an electrical company.
You don't think it's
for sure.
hydraulic?
No,
You don't think it's mechanical?
no,
You think it's electrical?
electric.
Okay, I'll go with that.
General
Fonkit.
Electric.
The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
All right, here we go with the Ninja Midgets. We've got 6 of them out there. And man, I know, well, besides for the newcomer, which I think is Zoe Kutsia, if my facts are right, yes, who's got a lot to learn, and learn she will. But the other 5 have got some serious lap times and seat times and race times on track for this season behind them. They've got enough seat time out there. They've done it here at Weskus Oval. They've done it at Mega Oval Speedway, or should I say Mega Oval Raceway in Worcester as well. So they know their way around the island, and it's going to be a awesome one. Once again, I put my money on the 888, and well, Nicole had trouble out there in race 1. He's going to try and come back, but you cannot take anything away from Kian Rumer. What a race he had in the opening race for the Ninjas.
And remember, with the others having problems, Ron Pretorius in the 77
Yes.
came through in second position. So add a bit of confidence, and it makes a big difference down towards turn number 1. And as I said, with that second position, takes the whole shot with a 77 down in towards turn number 1. Ruan Pretorius leads them out. It's looks like it's Rumer is the next one in there behind there, and I think it's Simon is in a third position. Let's go side by side. Say the kids, don't worry about what mom and dad says. They'll have heart attacks. We'll just have fun out on circuit.
Yeah.
Rumer goes to the front.
Yeah, that is the top 3. Then we've got Donnie Burtis Jr. and we've got Sion Burtis in the 75 behind Donnie Burtis Jr. Out of turn 1 they go. Down that backside, but it's Ruan Pretorius. Man, what a drive this young man is having. Nicole Simon has gone up into that. Sorry, it's Kian Rumer that sits out there in P1. What a drive by Rumer. He's got Ruan Pretorius in second. Here comes Simon. Then it is 2 Burtises, Donnie Jr. and Sion Burtis, and Zoe Kutsia still making her way down the back straight.
Frankie, these youngsters, and they all, I think, 10 years and younger. This is Darama very, very fast for such youngsters.
And they're loving every second of it. That I can guarantee you. Kian Rumer, Ruan Pretorius second. Here comes Nicole Simon on the outside. Now does the in on him. And all of a sudden, Pretorius has got a problem. And the problem is called Nicol Simon right there with him up on the inside. We got a challenge for second. And Nicol Simon goes up to P2.
That took some big einies. There wasn't a lot of space. The 77 keeping it pretty tight. Ruan Pretorius never gave much room. Said, well, if you want to come through, let's see if you got the guts to come through that little gap. But for all of that is happening directly behind the leader out there in the 6 with 2 to go. Kian Ruma.
Donnie Boertes Jr. and Sion Boertes making their way out of turn number 1. Here comes Zoe Kutsia. But it's all about these 3 that's going to start their last lap. Kian Ruma, Nicol Simon, and Ruan Pretorius making their way into turn 1. Here comes the 2 Boertes cars, Daniel Boertes Jr. and Sion Boertes in the 75. Gary, the leader's got a half a lap to go.
Yeah, and Ruan is going for the last gasp effort from that 3rd position, but it's not going to be enough. It will be Kian Ruma that will take it from Nicol Simon, and then Ruan Pretorius 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Then it will be the Boertes boys that are going to be coming through. They'll come past Zoe, our newcomer. It will be the 57 of Daniel Boertes Jr. Then it will be the 75 of Sion Boertes. Wheels the cart as he comes past us, saying, yeah, I enjoyed that one. Nice to see that Zoe managed to finish that one. It was a late entry, Zoe Kutsa, the new kid on the block. And they've all made it through safely.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kian Ruma, what a drive. Here is your top 3. That is, remember that this is their final. They're doing 1 heat and a final. So they're not doing 2 heats and a final, 1 heat and a final. And this is the finals for the Ninjas. And they've got a lot of sponsors here, the Ninjas. By CZ Mechanical Services, Lock Metal, Bopper Plumbing, and Construction, if I'm saying that name correctly. So that's the sponsorship there for the C2. What it looked like a Z here. I do apologize. C2 Mechanical Services, Lock Metal, and I hope I'm saying this right. Bopper Plumbing and Construction. C2 Mechanical Services. Right, they're all winners. The people watching the stream, the folks around the track. Look how small these youngsters are. This is the future. Whenever I see them here at Weskus or I see them at Mega Oval, I always say, and even at Cape Old Drivers, I always say, Western Province / Boland Motorsport is looking very good for the future. All right, folks, we're just waiting for the results. They will give us the results, but we need the results here.
Pretty sure it's going to go to Kian Ruma up top. Let's start off with
Okay.
right, so a participation award goes first of all to Zoe Kutsia. Well done, Missy. Participation trophy going to Sion Boertes. And participation trophy going to Daniel Boertes. Daniel Jr. Then, Frankie, coming to the top 3.
The top 3, well done. In 3rd position, it could have been a first, as het nie vir die eerste race was nie. Nicol Simon, the man on the move, as I call him. Well done, young man. 2nd, Ruan Pretorius, uitstekend gery, young man. And in die eerste plek, I know his mommy's going to go absolutely crazy. Kian Ruma, well done, buddy, for your win this evening.
Oh, his dad's pretty happy as well. I think it's not just about... Ma stuur mos boodskappers vir kleinsie en stuur niks vir Papa Beerie.
Now, she says we were just too quick for her on the stream.
So Kian with the overall win, Ruan with the overall second. A good meeting there by Ruan, I must say. And Nicole also very, very well done there in that third overall.
Earlier, Mom is very happy. Ilse Rumor, sy sê dis nie 'n rumor nie. I get that one if you guys do. Bye mooi gery my seun, sê sy. Well done Boetie. Kian van Sissy Ewe af.
the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly off.
Ja, en soos gewoonlik is dit Sonja uit Nieu-Seeland uit wat vir Brandon altyd geluk wens. Sy sê sy wil net sê Worsond, ma en oom James jy uit Nieu-Seeland is ongelooflik trots op jou. Hou sy aan my kind, sê sy, the sky is the limit, geniet elke oomblik julle. En dit is van Sonja, dis ma en pa uit Nieu-Seeland uit, wat vir Brandon Brits geluk wens. Is seker baie vroeg oggend daar in Nieu-Seeland, so I don't know, maybe Sonja can let us know what the time is in New Zealand.
Day to dream, believe you are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot, only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
maybe we could get the time in New Zealand. So it is now 5 to 8 year South African time, SAST, South African Standard Time, 5 to 8 Saturday evening. It is 5 to 6 Sunday morning in New Zealand. So those people, obviously when we started here at 5 o'clock, it must have been like, wow, early hours, very early hours of the morning. En daai mense sit op en hulle kyk vir ons van New Zealand af. Reguit wat ons hier doen by Weskus Ovalbaan, die laaste bijeenkoms van die 2025-26 seisoen.
Right, for the Formula One fans, let's just have a look at how Barcelona is going to play out tomorrow. The front row of the grid, very interesting. George Russell that gets himself onto the front row of the grid. Alongside him, can you believe it, Lewis Hamilton, and that's 64 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Second row will be Kimi Antonelli and Lando Norris. Third row will be Max Verstappen, and alongside him, well done, Isaac Ajah, Oscar Piastri and Liam Lawson on the fourth row of the grid. And the fifth row, wow, Nico Hülkenberg alongside Charles Leclerc. That's how that one is going to play itself out. Well, let's talk about how this one's going to play itself out. The first of the finals that's now out on track, and it is going to be none other than the 46 of Henko Bester. Alongside him, the 11 of De Wet Hofman. Then the 131, that is Motordeck Stuckland's David Kuchlenberg. On the outside of that, the 116 of JP van Jaarsveld. Then it looks like the 25 of Dylan Harvey. The 309 of Brian Harris. Damien van Schalkwyk in the 804. Then it is Derek Tiart in the 5. That is the front 10 on the grid. This the finals, the first of the finals for tonight. And this is going to be one very, very quick race. A massive big thanks to Noord Civils that have done once again an amazing job on this track to make it what it is, that we can have top class racing right here at Weskus. It's all about the 46 of Henko Bester. Henko Bester going to go one-on-one with Hofman, and Hofman's going to have a look on that outside line. Henko Bester will get the whole shot. Yes, he does. David Kuchlenberg drops into third. JP van Jaarsveld into fourth position. Then it's Dylan Harvey with Del Valle on the outside. Damien late on the brakes. Damien van Schalkwyk. Harris tries the outside line on Tiat, but they are line astern behind the man that's started in pole position with David Kuchlenberg. Now trying to squeeze it up on the inside into that second position, but De Wet Hofman holds on.
Out of turn number 1, they come down the back, so watch out there for Hofman. He's right on the case there, Bester. Then we've got David Kuchlenberg in that fight as well. So is JP van Jaarsveld. Dylan Harvey is right in there as well. Then we've got that 44, that's one of the Delwais. That is Ibrahim Delwai that's there in that 44. He's sitting right on the outside of De Wet Hofman, and he's going to open the door here for Dylan Harvey.
Well, he's going to keep on that outside line. Will Delvai, will it work for him? Well, you can't sit line and stern on that inside line. If De Wet Hofman's not going to let you in, neither will David Kuchlenberg. David Kuchlenberg presently in fourth. Can Delvai go around the outside? Hofman is on his inside line. They side by side. The blue flag comes out for the 27. Gino. Wow! Kuchlenberg misses the brake marker. Whacks into the back of the 11 of Hofman. Delvai still on the outside.
Yeah, that is Kuchlenberg. That's up there. Dylan Harvey is busy having a fight here with Brian Harris, but up front, that is still Henko Bester. Here comes David Kuchlenberg. Kuchlenberg going up into that second position. Then it is Delwai that sits there on his outside. Then we have got Kuchis that wants to come through on the inside of De Wet Hofman. And right there with them is JP van Jaarsveld. What a race. These 5 out of 1 being led there by Henko Besta.
Henko is starting to make a bit of a gap now. Hofman has got Delvay on his outside, and David Kuchlenberg sticks his nose in. Van Jaarsveld is in there as well. The front five are literally, you can cover them with a blanket. And David Kuchlenberg is pushing the vet Hofman down the straight, trying to make a plan. He knows if he doesn't get Hofman to go a bit quicker, Delvay is going to go around the outside.
Yeah, Ephraim Delvay will want to go for that move, but it's all about Henko Besta. That sits out there in P1. David Hofman in that second spot. Behind him it's David Kuchlenberg, JP van Jaarsveld, Ephraim Delvay, and here comes Brian Harris. Brian Harris is hooking up as well. He says, I want a piece of this as well, as Delvay floats very wide. That will bring Harris a whole lot closer to Ephraim Delvay into pit corner.
Delvay was working his way towards the front. He worked his way from fifth right up to alongside Hofman in second position, but unfortunately it hasn't worked out for him in the long run. Everybody's sitting behind Henko Besta. Nobody's got an answer for him. Henko's now starting to pull away. De Wet seems to have the pace, but David Kuchlenberg will not give up.
Well, I was watching Henko Besta go down that back straight. He's just opening up 2, 3, 4 car lengths on the vet Hofman on that back straight. Hofman is re-engaging once again, and he is bringing David Kuchlenberg with him as well. Behind Kuchlenberg, it is JP van Jaarsveld, and Ephraim Delvay has been hassled heavily here by Brian Harris.
Now, Brian Harris has broken away from the balance of the pack and is now going to make that 5-way battle a 6-way battle. David Kuchlenberg now starting to run slightly wider lines than De Wet. Hofman trying to carry that pace into the corner, rubs Hofman's back bumper. Hofman lifts slightly off the gas, lets the contact happen, and then boots the accelerator to make a slight gap between them. Harris on the back of Delvay starting to press.
2 more laps to go as they race down into turn number 1. Here comes Van Schalkwyk, here comes Harvey, here comes Stiart, and Christopher is at the back of the field. There's a lap and a half to go as they make their way into pit corner.
David Kuchlenberg knows he's running out of time when he comes out into front main, and they'll know it's going to be 2 more straights and 2 more corners. Hofman gets the tail end wagging. Kuchlenberg rubs the back bumper, pushes him down the straight once again. Kuchlenberg cannot find a way through. JP van Jaarsveld's in with a chance of a top 3 down the back main for the last time. Will Kuchlenberg go for the outside line? All or nothing for that second. No, he backs out of it. It's going to be Henko Besta. Henko Besta. Yeah, Henko Besta's going to make it from De Wet Hofman. Then it is David Kuchlenberg, JP van Jaarsveld, then it'll be Delvay, then Harris is the next one that comes through, that ahead of Damien van Schalkwyk, and then the 25 of Dylan Harvey was in there behind that. Very, very close space for the front 6. Brian Harris coming on stronger towards the end. Delvay getting a little bit slower after the first half of the race when he looked like he was in with a chance of going all the way to the front.
Derek Tiart and Christopher, they were the last 2 cars at the checkered flag. But wow, brilliant stuff by the Stock Rods, sponsored by Value Cars.
Like to say a massive big thanks to Noord Civils. If you look at this track, Frankie, the preparation, not only of the track, but the surrounding area on the infield, around the outside of the circuit as well. Ever since Noord Civils came on board, it just looks like a total class act.
Yeah, I was saying to earlier on, this is a magic racetrack. And even earlier on, before the water truck came, the dust was minimum. The water truck did 1 circulation, did what it had to do, and left. And it wasn't needed again. That is how fantastically awesome this track has been prepared. You can even see in front of us where we're standing the tire marks, the rubber tire marks. That is how smooth and rock hard this racetrack is. So well done to that, what's the company's name again, Gary?
Noordsels.
Noordsels. Well done, guys. Well done.
Well, talk about well done. The PH Best of Vervoer, Driekus van Dijk, the highest point scorer ahead of Kian Rumer with Elton Steyn on the outside of the front row in the 93 car. And then 58 of Tommy Borowski. That is, he's the man on the bubble. He's just outside the top three. Rumer in there behind Van Dijk. That's going to be a deft duo going down towards turn number 1 for Altenstein to try and make a plan, but somehow Driekus seems to have good power under the bonnet. Frankie, take him off the line for the final.
Right, here we go. This is the heavy metal finals as the flag drops. And off we go. Into turn number 1, pit corner they go. It is Driekus van Dijk that's got his nose up there. Watch out here for Rumer. He's in second. He wants to go with him. And they have boxed Altenstein to the outside. Then we've got Tommy Borowski that sits there, not too far behind them, followed there by Willie Duplessis. Coming through is Pierre Kutzer. And as they make their way to turn number 1, the last man on the track is Jaco Botha.
Tommy Borowski trying to work it up on the inside of Altenstein, but Elton was just a little bit later, just a smidgen later on the brakes, and that allowed him to come across the nose of Borowski. Altenstein that's now dropped down behind the Rumer, but Van Dijk, that was the highest point scorer. Well, I don't think anybody's going to be able to give him a hard time. Somehow he just seems to have great traction. He seems to have somewhat improved power in that 316i left-hand drive BMW, and the PH Best of Vervoer car, not only the highest point scorer, but with 6 to go, leading out in the final.
Well, not much is going to change up front, I think, because the fight is now on for that second spot. So therefore Rumer's defending that second position against Altenstein. That will allow Driekus van Dijk to disappear down the highway, and Tommy Borowski has got Pierre Kutzer for company as well, and Willie Duplessis.
Oh, Kutzer's doing a pretty decent job holding on there to Borowski. Remember, that is a very quick car driver combination that is in front of Kutzer. And although Borowski has not done a lot of oval track racing as such, he has had a lot of time behind the steering wheel doing drifting and spinning. And well, he's taken to this like a duck to water.
But this fight for second and third is not done and dusted yet. Altenstein wants to come through on the inside of Anthony Rumer. Oh, there was slight contact there between the two of them. Out of one, but Rumer climbs on the loud pedal and pulls 2-3 car lengths there on the Steyn BM.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steyn is very, very good on the brakes. Whatever he loses in a straight line, and that car is sounding just a little bit rough, hence the fact that Rumer can out-drag him in a straight line, but somehow Steyn manages to be very, very late on the brakes and makes up 1.5, sometimes close to 2 car lengths under braking.
Still keeping an eye on this fight for second and third. And if they keep on like this, these two, then Borowski and Kutsia is going to catch up to them. They've got, what, about a lap and a half? Yes, a lap and a half to go, as Jaco Botha is going to be caught a lap now by the leader.
Yeah, Botha will have to stay on that inside line because Van Dijk has already got the white flag. Anthony Rumer picks up a tire, and that tire is doing a 60-65 kilometers an hour as it rolls down the circuit. Hopefully it rolls towards the outside of the circuit. It's right on the racing line, but that'll be after the checkered flag, which will be taken by Driekus van Dijk. A runaway victory ahead of Anthony Rumer, Altenstein. Oh, Tommy Borowski somehow made it through up into that second position. He passed both of them. That's amazing stuff. So Borowski ends up ahead of Altenstein.
Well done there to Tommy Borowski. He just got his nose ahead there of him, but it was all about Driekus van Dijk that won this one. Well done to Anthony Rumer. Well done to all of them. Elton just losing out in the end there. Tommy Borowski, Pierre Kutsia, Willie Duplessis. well done to these guys in the heavy metals, which is sponsored by Snap Change, Mr. Kwesi Weyers.
AKA Top Gun.
Hell yes.
Well, keep in mind that there is still accommodation available. Not a lot, but there is still accommodation available in Oudtshoorn for 3-4 weeks from now. There is somebody that sent me a message saying we can't go anymore. We've got our accommodation paid for. If there's anybody that would like to take it over from us. So if you're still looking for accommodation, it's the complex that is run by Inner Barnard, which is where we've had some of the prize givings years back before we ended up in the main road. So if you're looking for accommodation out that side there by Inner, just drop me a message. I'll drop you the contact details and you can see if you can pick up that accommodation. We've got a distinct shortage of vehicles out there. The 44 and the 888 are out on circuit, Brandon Brits, and looks like we might get, I think it's on a robber.
No, that's the 21. That's Dylan Viljoen.
So Robber's the one that we're missing out on.
Yeah, the 62, I think it is, of Robber.
Yeah, 62 of Robber. Not making it out on circuit. You show the 21 car to go and it slows down. Okay. See, Frankie, we do things different here at Weskus. We don't get the rear cars to catch up to the pack. We get the lead cars to catch the slower car, go past and get them into position. 3 cars plus 2, 5 laps after the white for the finals. And the 44 of Brandon Ritz is going to be the highest point scorer. He'll stand P1 pole position. On the outside will be Kuni Simon. And then the new man, Dylan Viljoen, in the 21 that will be on the second row of the grid on the inside.
Well, I'm almost certain that our friends down there in the Southern Cape and in the people in New Zealand, that they are watching. Remember, it is now 6:15 Sunday morning in New Zealand, and they're busy watching this one because their boy sits there in pole position, and Vorsont, that is Brandon Brits, as the flag drops, and away they go. Down there into turn number 1. That's Brandon Brits, that's Kuni Simon. That's there in that second spot. Dylan Viljoen is there in third position. And down the back straight they go. And for now, it is Brits that's got things under control as they head towards the end of the opening lap.
What a pity we don't have Alvin Ralva out there. He did so well earlier on. A massive improvement by Alvin Ralva in the overall pace and presentation. But I must say, Kuni Simon, if we think what he was doing a year ago and the pace that he's on now, also vastly improved Kuni Simon. But the new man in the class, Brandon Brits in the 44, got the revs turning very high as he comes past us. He takes the 44 car up the back straight with 2 to go.
That's Brandon Britt sitting out there in P1 as Cooney Simon. That's in second. Oh, Dylan Falloon is all over the playing field. He will rejoin the track once again. But at this stage of the game, he's got to secure third. It's all about Brits and Simon in P1 and 2. Oh, and Brits, don't get it all wrong now, buddy. As you make your way out of the pit corner, he was very, very sideways. And he was caught there by Simon Gaza with 1 more lap to go.
Yeah, Simon saw a bit of a glimmer of a hope there that he might just get a nice, easy run towards the line. Brits needs to make sure he makes no errors like that again. He's got it right this time. He's now got just a bit of a gap between himself and Simon, and Brandon Brits will win the finals ahead of Cooney Simon. He obviously enjoyed that when he threw it from side to side as he came across the line. Super chuffed with that win. Knows that his supporters will be super chuffed with that. Dylan Falloon will come through. Well, he's really battling. Cars all over the show. Actually making some strange noises as it comes past us.
You can see the blue smoke. It came out the back of that 21 midget just before he went there into turn 2. So, yeah, not a healthy 21 car, but he got that to the checkered flag. Brandon Brits en Worsond uitstekend in die eerste plek. Tweede is dit Cooney Simon en derde is dit Dylan Falloon oor die lyn. Mooi gery daar deur Brandon Brits. Marino 1660 class, Wim van der Merwe Jr. in the Goodwood car and Bucky Spares, Snap Change, Origin Oils, RL Auto, sponsored car, the Pro Skills 7 of Skulk van der Westhuizen on the second row of the grid. Oh, Carter Del Valle in the 25 is the second highest point scorer. Then the 65 on the second row on the outside, Edgar Hockley, driver of the day at the last event. So that's going to make for some pretty interesting stuff. That front four, we got Chase Herald on the third row on the inside, the second of the Del Valles. That is the 251. That is Ibrahim Del Valle. That's in that one. Not a great day for Wynand Miller. Wynand Miller finds himself 8th overall points-wise. If you think that Chase Herald was late last night still spraying that Golf, doing a bit of setups during the course of this morning, loading it and bringing it through here. Oh, looks like Wynand's out of it. Wynand has slowed right down. While he gets it going, the green flag is up. 14 laps of racing. Wim van der Merwe Jr. powers it down towards turn number 1. Del Valle tried to come across the front of Swiley. Swiley didn't make any room for him whatsoever. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. Whoa, Silvo, slow it all down. Slow it all down, guys. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Let's hope that no cars get damaged in the slowdown. Looks like a lot of the senior drivers sticking their hand immediately out of the window to make sure that the people behind them are aware. It's nice to see that Salim Del Valle has made it back out again. Guys, around the circuit, please don't switch on your car's headlights or your, if you reverse towards the track. The gentleman on the far corner, near the gate by the toilets, please switch off your headlights. You're affecting the drivers. The marshal can please indicate to that driver to switch his lights off. Strange stuff.
All right, let's reset again. It's going to be the 25 of Abdul Kader Del Valle that's going to be going one-on-one with Vierma Jr. going down towards turn number 1. The driver of the day for the last event, Edgar Hockley, that went from 4th, around the outside of 3rd, around the outside of 2nd, around the outside of the leader, and then drove away, earned himself the Driver of the Day award for that one. Well, he's right in there as well. He's on the 2nd row on the outside. Chase Herald on the 3rd row. And off the line they come, and once again it's going to be Del Valle on that outside line, but Vierma van der Merwe is going to get it, and Chase Herald squeezes up on the inside, and there's a pile-up. I think that's Desmond Ebbing that's involved in that one. I think it's probably going to be the 166 in there, I think, as well. No, it's the 116 that's involved with that one, unfortunately. That is Quinton Venter.
Yeah, and then the other one is Rico Kuchlenberg.
Rico Kuchlenberg, and then Ebbing.
Des Ebbing, yeah, that's right.
Let's hope that they can all recover the circuit. So we get a 3rd opportunity to watch the one-on-one between young Del Valle and Vierma Jr. Well, the 116 car looks to be okay.
Don't reverse.
All right, onto the line they'll come. Abdul Kader Del Valle with Vierma Jr., the 65 driver of the day, highly confident on a high. Edgar Hockley. Chase Herald made that move initially on the Pro Skills car, but the Pro Skills car must move further forward unless, I don't think, are they going original positions?
Yeah, well, Rico Kuchlenberg is stopping right here behind us, Gary. He's having a chat to the marshal, so also wanting to find out if, I think that's a Ford Meteor that he's still campaigning.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And he just wants to make sure that that 146 CR Mechanics and Union Science car is still okay. It seems to be so.
Okay, so it will be the single file with Vierma Jr. from Abdul Kader. Then it will probably be Edgar Hockley. Then you will probably find it's either going to be Chase Herald or Skalk van der Westhuizen, depending on at what point they made that decision.
Chase has got his arm out the window, is looking for assistance.
So Skalk will move back into that 3rd position. Then it'll be Edgar Hockley in the AE brake and clutch car. Then it'll probably be Chase Herald if everything is together. Behind Chase Herald, you'll more than likely find it's going to be the 251. Yeah, it's some heavy mix. Somebody's got mothballs and doom, and
somebody's got some serious hooligan juice in their car.
Maybe they've got a bit of Obies in there even.
I don't know, but it's burning my eyes heavily.
Yeah, very, very, very heavy mix that's in there. So Chase Herald in the 29 ahead of the 251. It's also got the Kader Del Valle name on it, but the 251 is driven by Ibrahim. Then it's Gerrit Lowe in the value cars 166. Then it is Wynand Miller that's had not a great day according to his normal very, very high standards. Then we've got the 116 behind that. And yeah, pity that it hasn't worked out for him, because he's normally one of the top contenders. Wynand gets it off the line. JP van Jaarsveld, well, we've lost the 33 off onto the infield. Desmond Ebbing manages to get it going again.
So Salim Del Valle pulls off the field, or onto the infield, I should say. So that's that for his 1660 final. Single file, Vierma van der Merwe will lead them out of pit corner. The green flag is up, the flag goes down, and away they go. Van der Merwe climbs on the gas. Then it is Abdul Kader Del Valle that is in there. Abdul Kader Delwai sitting right in there behind him. Have a look at Edgar Hockley. He runs around the outside of Chase Herald. He goes up into P4. Then Ephraim Delwai sits in there just behind Chase Herald, followed there by Gerard Lowe.
Some magical braking there by Chase Herald. The Edgar Hockley loses the tailwind twice. And that brings Ibrahim Delwai a whole lot closer. But Wim van der Merwe is leading them out. Delwai and Van der Merwe are pulling away from the rest of the pack. Smiley holding on to that second. Once again, Chase Herald super duper late on the brakes, but just doesn't have the amount of grip that he needs through the corner to be able to go up on the inside of the 65 car of Edgar Hockley.
Hockley's car's all over the place. Chase Herald takes that position away from him. Here comes the Delwais, and look at Wynand Miller from nowhere. He's right in there behind Ephraim Delwai. They're looking up on the inside of Edgar Hockley, trying to work him out to the outside. Here comes Gerard Lowe and Quinton Venter as well. But up front, Abdul Kader Delwai is right on that bootlet there of race leader Wim van der Merwe Jr.
Chase Herald ran very wide. Edgar Hockley was on a brilliant run at that point, but with Chase Herald sliding up towards the outside of the circuit, he has nowhere to go. Hockley's hanging the tail end out heavily. The back bumper of the second of the Delwais in the 251. That's Ibrahim starting to trail behind that car, but the two front runners are just breaking away.
They are gone, Van der Merwe and Abdul Kader Delwai. Here they come down towards us. Behind them, it is Skalk van der Westhuizen. That's Chase Herald. It is Edgar Hockley. And the man that's on the serious move here is Wynand Miller. He sits in there behind Ephraim Delwai. Then with them is Gerard Lowe and Quinton Venter as they make their way towards pit corner.
So the two front cars, still nothing much between them. I tell you what, Delwai is not letting him get away whatsoever. Skalk van der Westhuizen has got them racked, packed and stacked behind him. But while the Pro Skills car in third position has got them all racked, packed and stacked, Wynand Miller is starting to work his way around the outside and closer towards his teammate that's presently in third position on the inside of Chase Herald. Chase Herald tries to close it down. Now it's a chase to the corner.
Oh, Chase Herald says, I can drive around you on the outside. Well done, Chase. Going up into that third spot. What a final year by Chase Herald in a car he's never driven in his life before. He's put it on the track for the first time this evening. Well done there to Chase as he goes up into that third position. Then it is Skalk van der Westhuizen, Hockley, Ephraim Delwai. Behind him it's Wynand Miller. Miller's trying to come through as well. Followed there by Quinton Venter and Gerard Lowe.
Hockley trying the outside line to try and make a plan with Skalk van der Westhuizen, but Wynand Miller is making up positions hand over fist. Wynand Miller has already got himself up into that fifth position, drops Edgar Hockley down one. So Hockley is starting to work his way backwards right at the front end of the field. Wim Jr. with 5 to go, going past the pit gate, coming up towards your camera positions, now broken away from Delwai. Then it is Chase Herald that's broken away from the rest of the pack. The back suspension's pretty solid on that motor car. It's Skalk van der Westhuizen with his teammate Wynand Miller right in there behind him. Both of them now ahead of Edgar Hockley, JP van Jaarsveld and Gerard Lowe.
Yeah, that's Quinton Venter that sits there just behind them, followed there by Gerard Lowe as they make their way out of pit corner, but Chase Herald has broken away from this lot. He secured that third position as the two Pro Skills cars sit nose to tail. Skalk van der Westhuizen, Wynand Miller, right behind them is Edgar Hockley. Then we've got that 116 car that's doing double duty. It's in the hands now of Quinton Venter, and right behind him is Gerard Lowe of Value Cars.
Well, Edgar Hockley trying to make a move there on Wynand Miller, just tapped the back bumper. Luckily, brilliant driving skills. Wynand Miller manages to get that one back together. The white flag coming out now for the lead car. Wim van der Merwe from Abdul Kader Delwai. Chase Herald in a very lonely third position, but quick enough to ride away from the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack being Skalk van der Westhuizen and Wynand Miller, surprisingly, has only gone as far as his teammate, and he hasn't gone any further than that. And the backmarkers fighting it out. The man to come through, Willem van der Merwe Jr. wins it from Abdelkader Delvay. Third will go to Chase Herald in a brand new car driver combination. Then it will be Skalk van der Westhuizen, Wynand Miller, Edgar Hockley. And I think behind that one, that was Quentin Venter that came through just behind that. And then Gerard Lowe, then Desmond Ebbing, and then Rico Kuchlenberg. Frankie, what a lovely drive up front. Those front two, initially there was nothing in it. Eventually, somehow Wimmer just refined it that little bit and started to pull away.
Well, he's also another young talent that's getting better and better and better. I know on your show you had Janu Conradi, but I think this is also a young man that could possibly, Gaza, make an appearance on second gear as well, because he's also working his way very quickly up the ladder and following in the footsteps of his dad, Van der Merwe Senior, Wimmer Senior.
We haven't seen him on the track for quite a long time.
We haven't seen him for a while. Yes, you're quite right, eh? But well done to Chasey Herald. He's never driven that 29 Golf before in his life. And look what he's done with that car since they offloaded the darn thing up until where he is now. They got that car. And I was having a chat to Mia earlier on. They were working on the car last night and they were spraying it and doing all sorts of things. Him and his dad, Mornay. And they were busy getting that car sorted out. And, yeah, third in the final. Well done to Chase. You normally see Chase Herald work his way around here in a A-class midget, that 29 midget. Of course, he's doing pretty well in the National Formula One SA Powerboat Championships. He won, I think, the last leg that was in Benoni, if I'm not mistaken, a while ago. I think it was last month or the month before that at the Rheinfeld Dam. So, yeah, well done to Chasey, Formula One Powerboat racer. Midget 1660, and looks after CHR, Chase Herald Racing, looking after many, many motor cars at Kalani International. One more lap, then we will go green as they work their way through the Origin Oil corner. That's the pit corner. Origin Oil there on the gate, or on the wall there by the two gates. Working their way down the back straight, past the clubhouse, and into turn 2. They go. The green flag is up. 7 laps of V8 action as the flag drops now, and off they go. Climb on the gas and power down into turn number 1. Well, it's all about Francois van Wyk. Anthony Norkier is there in that second position. Then it's Hein Kleingeld that finds himself there in third, ahead of Stefan van Wyk. And only then do we see Dean Carstens come through at the back end of the field as the opening lap is in the bag, working their way down towards turn number 1. Lap number 1 is done. Soos die man daar deur beweeg en die kuipe draai, is dit François van Wyk daar in die eerste plek. Agterom daar in die tweede plek is dit Antonie Nortje. Dan is dit Hein Kleingeld wat deurkom in die derde plek. Dan is dit Stefan van Wyk en Dean Carstens wat beklei daar vir die tweede laaste plek op hierdie stadium as dit deurbeweeg daar in die kuipe draai. But it's all about François van Wyk that sits out there in P1, working his way back towards us with Antonie Nortje. That is there in that second position as they make their way into turn one, followed there by Hein Kleingeld. Then we have a look at this fight. Dean Carstens has eventually got his nose ahead there of Stefan van Wyk as they head out of pit corner. Maar hier kom François van Wyk in die eerste plek. Hy's ver voor as hy deurbeweeg hierso na die kuipe draai toe, gevolg daar deur Antonie Nortje en Hein Kleingeld wat daar in die derde plek sit. Dan sit Dean Carstens wat deurkom, gevolg daar deur Stefan van Wyk. But the man to catch is the 77 out there in the lead of François van Wyk. He's the whole main straight ahead of Antonie Nortje. That's in that second position, with Hein Kleingeld in third, followed by Dean Carstens in fourth, and Stefan van Wyk in P5. The white flag comes out for the final lap, and it's all about François van Wyk. He is a lap and a corner, half a corner ahead of Nortje. That's in that second position, followed by Hein Kleingeld. Behind Kleingeld, it's Dean Carstens and Stefan van Wyk, maar die geruite vlag kom uit. En is François van Wyk wat deurkom in die eerste plek. Tweede gaan dit Antonie Nortje wees, wat sy wedren in die tweede plek kom klaarmaak. Derde is dit Hein Kleingeld, na die geruite vlag toe. Gevolg daar in vierde en vijfde deur Dean Carstens en dan in 55 van Stefan van Wyk. So that was your AMS final, sponsored there by MTH Marino. And this man has wiped the slate tonight. SA Vervoer 77, François van Wyk, wat weggehardloop het met alles in hierdie klas vanaand. Uitstekend gery daar deur François van Wyk. Antonie Nortje, mooi gery daar vir 'n tweede plek in die finaal. Hein Kleingeld, wow. After a total disaster in heat number 1, coming home second in heat 2 and third in heat 3, ahead of Carstens and Stefan van Wyk. Was that Gazza? We move on now to the 2.1 modified saloon finals.
Yep, sponsored by Brits Construction, Weskus Buckback, Origin Oils on the side of that car. The highest point scorer once again. Rian van Niekerk has also had a pretty good outing with that Opel Tigra of his, beating out points-wise so far on Etienne Smith, who's the third highest point scorer. Maynard Pretorius, the fourth highest. And CJ Mostert in the 331. It comes off the third row of the grid. 5 cars plus 2, 7 laps it's going to be.
Flag is up, and away we go. Down into turn number 1, and you gotta wake up early in the morning if you want to catch Brennan Green. But Etienne Smith says, I will take the challenge and I will go after him. Rian van Niekerk, since heat number 2, has had a very, very loose car underneath him, and one gets the feeling, Gary, he's going to battle in the final as well.
Well, you can see it. Understeers, then it oversteers, then it all of a sudden just throws the back end away. Something is not sinking properly there. Maynard Pretorius sees a bit of a gap on the inside, goes up alongside. I think Rian has got the straight line speed, but I think it's going to be a matter of time, and I think he's going to lose that position because that car looks very, very difficult to drive right now.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. It's wagging its tail around all the time as they make their way out of turn number 1. But once again, Etienne Smith in second spot. He's the only man that has decided if anybody can beat Brennan Green tonight, that's going to be me. And he's keeping him very honest indeed, as Maynard Pretorius is getting closer and closer to Rian van Niekerk ahead of him, followed by CJ Mostert.
Well, pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw between Etienne Smith and Brendan in the earlier parts of the event today. The two of them in the same order that they are now, and nothing much between them. Brendan maybe just a smidgen quicker. Etienne manages to close up a bit, and then the gap opens up again, and pretty much equidistant. This is the way that they stayed for the last heat, and now this, the final, pretty much the same kind of situation. But Brendan Green doesn't make mistakes very easily. He is very consistent, very smooth, and will probably hold that lead for another 2 laps to take the checkers in the final, having started as the highest point scorer as well.
Yeah, the white flag is going to come out now. They're going to start their last lap. Trouble out there for Maynard Pretorius as he spins that car around on the exit of turn number 1. He will rejoin way behind CJ Mostert. That's there in the second spot as the white flag is out for the final lap. The leader is making his way through pit corner. The checkered flag will come out, and Brennan Green will bring it home in P1. Etienne Smith will finish in second, and third across the line will be Rian van Niekerk.
Yep, Rian will pick up that third. A somewhat distant third as opposed to the pace that he has showed earlier on in the day. CJ Mostert comes through, and then the man that spun with 2.5 laps to go, Maynard Pretorius in the 113, comes across the line to finish off his finals in the Brits construction class. Of the season. Remember, we still got those pit mac races coming, and a very nice initiative by the committee to ensure that we've got names and numbers of who's where in the pit mac races. Louise Valentine in the Fusion Works 444, the highest point scorer, alongside her Maney Services in the 19 car, Ilana Pretorius. Lisa Marie Swart, the third highest point scorer. That's brilliant for Lisa Marie, but she's got the 89 of Mia Ellis on her outside in the Anya Baikies car. Anya Baikies sent me a message saying Ja, unfortunately not in the car tonight. Ek's besig met troureëlings. Ek sê troureëlings? Jou troue? Toe sê sy ja, oom, my eie troue. So Anya Bike is giving her car to Mia while she's busy doing the necessaries for her upcoming wedding. It's Amy Bezuidenhout with Chantal de Blanche and Colette Simon that brings up the tail end of the field. All 7 of them, 7 of the 8 making it out to the final. And Louise Valentine made sure that she landed Ilana Pretorius Frankie pretty wide as they came out of the last corner for the pull away. Mia Ellis is in the game.
Yeah, then it's Lisa Marie Swart that sits there in that 4th position. But watch these 3 pull away. Look at Mia. She goes and sits around the outside of working their way out on the outside there of Pretorius. Then goes up into that 2nd position. Lisa Marie. Then it's Bezuidenhout. Then it's De Blanche, then Colette Simon heading down into turn number 1. Oh, Mia Ellis's car's giving trouble again. The 89 car is in trouble, and Mia Ellis is out of the pink rod finals.
Can you believe it? She was so quick. She looked like she was just going to blow away from everybody else. She hasn't pulled the car completely off the circuit yet, maybe hoping that she can get it going somehow or other. But that immaculate motor car is so quick in her hands, and well, she's been robbed of this one. Louise Valentine going back to form of old. There was a period of time that Louise Valentine won every single meeting back to back. Then Ilana Pretorius became the fastest out there. Then we had a time where it was Emma Lagrancy that started to become the giant killer. Well, now the scepter is in the hands of Louise Valentine, and she's well on her way to a trophy.
Ilana Pretorius sitting there in that 2nd position as they work their way back down towards us. Lisa Marie Swart, what a lovely drive by her there in 3rd. Then it's Amy Bezuidenhout coming through, Colette Simon and Chantal de Blanche making up the tail end of the field. But it's all about these 2, Louise Valentine P1 and Ilana Pretorius in that 2nd position.
Well, you'd expect these 2 to be here, but Lisa Marie in 3rd position. Lisa Marie is doing a brilliant job out there. Is Lisa Marie not accustomed to seeing her up in a 3rd position in the final, and it's not an inherited 3rd position. She's driven to that position. Lisa Marie on one of her best outings to date.
Well, watch out for Ilana Pretorius. She's getting closer and closer to Louise Valentine as they make their way down into turn number 1. These are 2 teammates. You can see the cars are exactly identical as they make their way down the backside. Louise Valentine must be careful because Ilana Pretorius, well, she has decided to go hunting.
Well, it's Louise Valentine that still leads out from the main services car. And I don't know if Ilana's going to be able to find a way around Louise. Remember, Louise is accustomed to being right up front. But then again, Ilana is also... Oh, here goes Ilana Pretorius. Ilana Pretorius is going to go for the dive on the outside line. Louise Valentine holding sway. Ilana's going to have to do the proverbial comeback. Well, she stays on that outside line. She knows it's all or nothing. Maybe she's going to try and duke the outside, dive to the inside. She rubs the back bumper. Louise slows it down on the apex of the corner. Is Ilana going to go for the outside line and the cutback? I think Louise Valentine has got it. I think Louise Valentine has got it. Louise Valentine, and here comes Ilana Pretorius up towards the line. They side by side, but it's going to be, wow! Louise Valentine from Ilana Pretorius.
Lisa Maria Callahan comes home in 3rd. Then it's Amy Bezuidenhout, Colette Simon crossing the line, and Chantal de Blanche will be the last car out of pit corner to take the checkered flag.
Well, Lisa Marie, I tell you what, Lisa Marie Swart, that was probably the best final that I've ever seen her drive. Nothing was inherited. She drove to that position. She should probably be on the podium tonight, and I think she's going to get a massive round of applause because that's probably one of her best to date.
Yeah, and you've got to feel sorry for Mia Ellis. It just hasn't gone her way this evening in that 89 car. But I'm sure next season at Mega and even over here, we will see a lot more of that young lady. So that concludes the official races for the event. I think there's 2 or so, 3 maybe, I'm not sure, Pitmac races that's going to come up. and just got confirmation 3. And that's basically, they did it last weekend as well at Mega Oval, and they're doing it here this evening, Gaza. Just the drivers saying to their pit crew and family members and whatever, that's help. Thank you for what you've done for us this 2025-2026 season. And they give their cars to their pit mechanics, to their dads, to whoever the case may be, to have fun one last time before we officially close the current season.
Well, there's some interesting names that have come up here in this. The rookies, Group 1. Then Group 2, front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive, stock, Spink 1660s and 2.1s. That's all going to be together. So we've got Daniel Swart in the pink rod, 24 car. We've got Kurt Christen in the 1660, the 333. We've got Charlene Harris in the stock rod, so that's in her husband's car, the 309. We've got, I think it's Amman Africa in the 1660, the 33 car. That is the Salim Dalvai car. I don't know if that one's going to make it out because Salim didn't finish. Henko Nivot in the 44, so that is probably the 44 that was just out on circuit now, Louise Valentine. We've got Martin Boerter in the stock rods in the 50, so that's of the Boerter family. We've got Shanique Valentine in the pink rods in the 444, so that must be Van Damelie of
Louise.
In the 444.
Yeah. Louise Valentine's car is 444.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, okay. I think it's Gerrit van Skalkwyk in the stock rods in the 27. Curtis Harvey in the stock rods in the 25. That's Dylan Harvey's car. Renier Mostert in the 2.1s in the 331. And then Nadia Swart in the stock rod, the 410 stock rod. That's Nadia in Neil Swart's car in the stock rod. So a mixture of rookies. That's all together 11 of them. I'm going to guess probably about 8 of them, given the cars that have broken down, are going to make it out on circuit.
Well, we'll have to see who's going to be in it.
Well, Amy's going to come first in her race.
Just climb out of a race car and then runs all the way down here. A lot more energy than what I've got. That I can promise you. So waar vragtig ek gaan dit nie maak nie. Julle sal die medics agter my moet aanjaag. Gaza, nee, toe maar. Jy gaan dit saam met my ookie maak, so dis okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, leave my age out of it.
I got one here from Darren Jones. He's saying, yeah, he's missing Kwesi Weyers tonight. Hoe rooier, hoe mooier eiste. Yeah, it is a pity. As a matter of fact, I don't think I know. He raced last weekend at Mega Oval. Did Quasivius. Would have been nice to have had him here this evening. So I do agree with you, Darren. But yeah, you know what? The guys have been racing long, and people are wanting to prepare cars for Klein Karoo, which is 2 days short of a month away at Oudtshoorn Red Rock Raceway. That's where we will be on the 11th of next month. That's going to be cold then, Oudtshoorn. Gary, for the first time ever, I'm going to disappoint you, my bro. I are going to probably be wearing jeans that day.
No,
I don't
man.
know.
Put on an extra pair of underpants. Make it 3 pairs of underpants.
According to you, already got an extra pair on. Remember, at the top of the production, that's what you said.
Now, let's be honest. The Klein Karoo, the 30th running, sponsored by Richard Grisson Repairs. And I've had quite a bit of information that's been sent through to me for the second year talk show, which we do every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. And a massive big thank you to everybody that supports that. On average, in excess of 6,000 unique IP address views on any of those shows. Just makes it so much nicer to gather as much information together as possible. And with the information that I've got in the background, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of entries. There was a time that we thought, if we only go the 6 national classes, what happens if we only end up with 80 or 90 cars? It's just not the same if you've only got 80 or 90 cars. I mean, we have had times we've had 130, 140. I think the highest was something like 162, but then it just carries on forever and ever and ever. It goes too long. So I said to Dirk, well, just keep an eyeball on it. You don't know how the price of diesel and petrol is going to affect us. Let's see how it plays itself out. Kind of kept the options open, got a little bit pushy 2 weeks back, and Lino Miller backed me on that one. And then the phone calls just started rolling in. Everybody said, listen, I want to race. I want to race. Can our class come? And Dirk was saying, well, give me numbers. Give me numbers. And the group that came out tops was, in fact, the midget class. There's a whole bunch of Class A and Class B midgets. I think there's something like 12 or 13 in total. I know the V8 class is also massively strong. I think there's already something like 15 V8s. And that was, I'm talking about Tuesday night already. And we, as Frankie said, 2 days short of a month away before we get to the event itself. And the entries are rolling in big time in the background. I actually got to the point once I got, all right, so the midgets are in. I thought, okay, maybe I can push my luck a bit further. Maybe we can get the ladies in. And I got a phone call saying, yay. There are so many entries already. Hold your horses. We're going to end up with a meeting that's going to take a day and a night and another half a day. We don't want to serve breakfast twice. We only want to serve breakfast once at the circuit. So just hold on, because the entries are rolling in big time. So it's not a case of are you going? It's a case of when are you leaving to go to Klein Karoo, because it's going to be a full house session. There's no doubt about that. PEOTR is doing a lot of work on their circuit and surrounding areas for their upcoming national, which is going to be happening. We've got unofficial confirmation of the Woomsa National for Bloem Oval. That's going to be probably about the 9th month of this year that one's going to be going down. We know that Chart has confirmed the Rose Bowl will go ahead as well. So we've got we've got 4 big meetings in the next 4 months.
Yeah, there's one that's come through from Karen Hubert. I don't know, she's maybe wanted to send it to you, I suppose. She says, hello, daar Gryse. So it must be you. She just sent it to the wrong number. Yeah, and then she...
Gryse. Just checking.
She says, Pauline, my twice. I don't know what this means. Robert, my hubby, and Johan, my hubby. Geez, 2 of them. A buddy and hubby, sorry. Love you guys to bits. Geniet ons braai en wyn. Saterdaande, great racing. En dit is van Karen Hubert af.
Braai en wyn.
Ja, en hulle vat ietsie.
Jenus, gaan ons so 'n vuurtjie aansteek as ons by die huis kom?
Jy's van jou trolley af, gaan laat wees. Then we've got a shout out to Charlene Harris in the Brian Harris car 309. She says to Charlene, go big or go home, drive it like you stole it from your favorite cousin, Ray Carson. So not a she, it's a he. So, yeah, the guys are already beginning to wish the pit mechanics well in that race.
Alright, so we got an upcoming 14th birthday. That's somebody, Antoine, waar's jy? Raak 14, woensdag, waar's jy? Staan op, waar's jy, meisiekind?
Where are you?
Stand up.
As we got you, jy kan nie weghardloop nie.
Officially, according to Facebook, you turning 14 on Wednesday on behalf of Weskus Oval and the good-looking Frankie Yennis. Happy birthday.
Ja, mag jy lekker
I
verjaarsdag
can't
hê?
sing, I can just wish you a happy birthday. Give it a nice round of applause.
This young
14
lady,
years
yeah.
of age. Ladies involved with motorsport. Fantastic.
Wat's haar naam? Antoinette, on behalf of the Western Province commentary team. Lekker verjaar.
Ja.
Die week wat kom.
Dis 'n lekker naam daai. Antoinette. It's going to stick with me, eh? What's my word for the day? Antoinette.
Well, it's mine too, because
we
it's
go.
her birthday this coming week. There you go.
Happy birthday, Missy.
Lekker verjaar hierdie week.
Right, we're just about ready to get going with the rookies Group 1 Pitmac race. There's only 3 races, but this one, the rookies. So I take it they basically looked at who's going to be driving what and said, okay, this is not a regular driver, or this is not somebody that's raced before. So we'll put all the rookies together, and hopefully there won't be chaos. It's actually a very scary thing at the end of the season to give your car to your Pitmac. What happens if they break it and this person works on the car, but they don't have the money to fix it. If they go and smash it, I'm going to have to spend the money. But these people that have done so much for you to make it possible for you to be out on track on a regular basis, you don't have a choice. You've got to put your money where your mouth is, put your pride in your pocket, give the car over and just pray that it's going to come back in one piece. Scary stuff. Well, it's scary to go out in a Pitmac race. I mean, you see your driver do it all along. Now you've got the opportunity to go out there. You've got no idea what the car is actually going to do, and you just hope and pray that it all comes together. So the 444 is Shanique Valentine. The 309, that is Brian's wife, Charlene Harris. The 29 is not on our list. That's strange. Pity. Would have liked to know who's in that motor car. The 24, that is Daniel Swart in the Lisa Marie car. Lisa Marie that just came 3rd in the finals. The 331, the CJ Mostert car, is Renier Mostert. The 44 is Henko Nieuwoud. And the 25 is Curtis Harvey. Well, let's hope that all of these cars can get driven back to the pits. Well, it's Pitmacs and wives and girlfriends and skellimpies and ex-wives to be if they go and smash it. Hey, we got Rent a Crowd on the far side. So this is the people that make it happen in the background, getting their moment. Let's hope that their moment is a golden one. Some tentative drivers out there, that's for sure. But you've got no idea what it's going to do when you put your foot down. These cars are made to do different things to normal road cars. When you put your foot down, it doesn't just go in a straight line. It pulls left or it pulls right, or you climb on the brakes. Whoopsie, there's a bit of a knock. That was the 25. That's Curtis Harvey. That's moved up into 2nd position behind the Amy Bezaid in that car. Not sure who is in that car. So Curtis Harvey putting up a pretty decent pace. And then also the Renier Mostert in the 331 in the 2.1 modified saloon. That definitely looks like people that have done a couple of laps before. Definitely not first time out. Well, the Amy Bezuidenhout car, I haven't got a driver's name for that one, but doing some excellent stuff. Charlene Harris taking it very, very easy with Brian's car, making sure she can bring it back in one piece. The Louise Valentine car also easing it around with Shanique Valentine on board. So Evers in Amy Bezuidenhout's car is definitely the quickest out there. It's a name that's not on our list. I must say the CJ Mostert car is doing pretty decent in the hands of Renier Mostert. The Golf is also going quite fine, the 25 Golf of Curtis Harvey. And so far so good, no accidents, just one little bump, nothing major, a little dice going down the back straight there with the 44 car with Henko Nieuwoud behind the steering wheel. Almost going to make it to the end. Let's just hope that nothing goes wrong anywhere. We can drive all these cars back to the pits. It's looking pretty good, but the car of Amy Bezuidenhout, whoever is in that car, has taken it from flag to flag. And then the 25, that's Curtis Harvey. And then Renier Mostert. That is your front three in that one. Frankie, group number 2.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick break, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that was the rookies and the newcomers, so to speak, that's never driven before. I'm sure that there's a lot of them that will want to take part. So now we do front wheel drive and rear wheel drive, Pinks, stock 1662.1s. So Andre Bester will be in the 46 car. Queenie Simon, that raced the midget, will be in the 888. Ephraim Dalwai will be in the pink stock 29. Marinu van Skalkwyk in the the stock rod 840. Jaco Botha will be in W05. Vema van der Merwe Senior. Gary was talking about him earlier on. He's going to be in Vema Junior's car. Peter de Blanche will be in the pink stock 16. Mia Ellis will be in the 52. That's if the car goes, and I'm not sure if it's going to. Then, wow, Shaheen Baikies in the 89. Well, that car's been giving trouble the whole night. So ons hoop ons gaan vir Shaheen sien. Michael Muller will be in the 7. Arnold Muller will be in the 4. Janu Kuchlenberg will be in the 131. Nice. Hope the Janu Kuchlenberg, that's a young man that races, I think it's the same young man that races at K-Pole Drivers in the junior development category. I do speak under correction, but I think so. Obviously, it's in the 131 car. It's in David's car. And then they say here, the 13 pinks, the Janu Conradi is supposed to be in the pink stock, the 200 car, but that car's been giving problems the whole night. Oh, well, in heat 1. And we haven't seen it for the rest of the evening. So that's a little bit suspect. But however, we're going to have a look and see. We've got this race, and then we've got 3 cars that's going to take part in the V8s after this. Maar ons het 13 karre wat veronderstel is om op die baan te wees. Daar is 'n paar karre wat ek dink dit nie gaan maak nie, soos byvoorbeeld hy pink 200 kar, glo ek dit gaan dit nie maak nie, maar jy weet nooit. 'n Mens weet nooit. So kom ons kyk maar, die 52 is ook 'n suspect kar en die 89 ook. So kom ons kyk maar wat hulle daar in die Kuiper area reg kry. Hooplik kan ons vir Mia in die 52 sien en vir Shaheen Baatjies in die 89. Ek het jare laas Cosmo Couriers het nog daai jare vir Shaheen Baatjies geborg, toe hy nog op die ou Tigerberg Raceway gery het. Toe Tigerberg Raceway daai jare aan Glenn de Jong nog behoort het. Dit wys jy hoeveel jare terug het ek op Shaheen Baatjies gekommenteer. So ek hoop hulle kan hy 89 kar reg kry, dat ons vir Shaheen wel op die baan kan sien. So kom ons kyk maar, wie kom by die Kuiper hek uit en wie kom nie by die hek uit nie. Reg, hier kom hulle. At the gate, they come down towards us. That is Ephraim Delwai in that 29. That's the Amy Besaidenout car that he's in. Then the 5 car, that is Jaco Botha. He's in Derek Tiart's car. Henko Beste's car's being driven by Andre. Janu Conradi's in the 131. Michael Miller is in the 7. Then we've got Wiema van der Merwe Senior in the 102. We'll get them all as they make their way towards us. Just trying to have a look here at the numbers on the side of that motor car. The 4 car is Arnold Miller. That's in that 4 car. Pieter de Blanche is in the 16. Cooney Simon is in the 888. And yeah, like I said, the 52, the 89 and the 200 did not make it out on track, but I expected that. So this is going to be different. You're used to the names and the drivers for a whole season, or at least you adapt in a race event. And when you get to this stage of it, there is entirely new names that's going to go through your head compared to what went through your mind for the last couple of hours. So the green flag is ready, and away they go off the line. It's a 29, and the 7 gets a lovely start off the line. That's Ephraim Delwai and Michael Miller. But watch out for Wiema van der Merwe Senior. He's gone up into that 2nd position, and you wouldn't put it past Wiema Senior to take the victory here, although he's chasing down Ephraim Delwai, so it's not going to be that easy for him. Then the 7 car is busy coming through there, and that is Michael Miller, and he's got the 25 car right in there behind him as well as they make their way down that back straight, heading towards the pit gate. Janu Kuchlenberg is a little bit further down. Janu Kuchlenberg sits there behind Andre Bester, and then the 16 car coming through there, and the 16 car is in the hands of Pieter de Blanche. But it's all about Ephraim Delwai that is leading this one, and he has got Wiema van der Merwe Senior not too far behind him, and then that 25 Delwai car that's busy coming through. We haven't got that name on the list, but he is sitting right there in that 3rd position, being chased there by Andre Bester, and then that should be, we'll have a look and see who's coming through there behind them. That's a 7 car, that's Richard Miller, that's coming through, and then Arnold Miller as well, and then Pieter de Blanche. But up front, that 29 car of Ephraim Delwai, he's got that 25 car that's there in that 2nd spot. Unfortunately, we don't have the name of the driver in that car, but it's probably one of the Delwais. Then it's Wiema van der Merwe Senior, and then it is Andre Bester that is in there, followed by Janu Kuchlenberg, making their way out of the pit corner. But I'll tell you this for nothing, that 25 car is right on the heels of the leader, Ephraim Delwai. And I put my money on Van der Merwe Senior, but he's been challenged here by Andre Bester as they make their way into pit corner. And Jano Kukelenberg is not too far behind them as they go through. Now, Bester and Van der Merwe Senior for third position is absolutely side by side. Well, they were side by side. Oh, the 4 cars in trouble. That's Arnold Miller. He gets it all caught again as they picked up a tire, and there's a tire that's lying on the track exit of pit corner as Jano Kukelenberg comes through. But the 7 car also had trouble. That's Richard Miller. He's rejoining again. So where are the leaders? We'll pick them up now. Here they come towards us. It's all about Ephraim Delwai coming through. Bester coming through as well. Behind Andre Bester is Wema van der Merwe Senior and Jano Kukelenberg coming through. Well, I'll tell you what, that tire has been skittled around and has been smashed into by everybody that's lying there on the infield. So yeah, the change of surface flag has come out, and that tire is lying plumb center in the track as they come out of pit corner with a change of surface flag that is out for the drivers. But it's all about Ephraim Delwai that sits there in the lead. Then we have got Andre Bester. Behind Andre Bester, we've got Wema van der Merwe Senior, followed by Jano Kukelenberg. They're all on their final lap now, and there's one more lap to go. And this is the last lap, and it is Ephraim Delwai that comes home in P1. Second is going to be Andre Bester. Then there's a lot of back markers. Wema van der Merwe second. Third across the line will be Jano Kukelenberg. He'll finish in that third position, and then doing the bouncy bounce out of pit corner, that's the 7 car of Richard Miller, as the rest of the field just come through and finish their race as well. But well done there to Ephraim Delwai in P1, Andre Bester coming home, and second. Third is Wema van der Merwe Senior, and fourth across the line, Jano Kukelenberg. So that's the first 4, and the rest just followed suit. So there's one more race to go. That will be the, well, let's say heavy metals and V8s. We've got Ewald Loots, Lisa Marie Swart, and Derek Tiart. So Ewald Loots will be in the V8 72. Lisa Marie Swart will be in the heavy metal 24. And Derek Tiart will be in the heavy metal number 69. Now, that's the Jakubota car that he will be in. So only 3 of them. Let's have a look and see if all 3 of these drivers will come out onto the track. And this will then be the final race of the event and the final race of the 2025-2026 season here at Weskus Oval. Well, there's more. Well, that car that's coming out there is not on my list. So there's 5 cars. There's lots of cars coming out. I've only been handed 3 names, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars out on track. I've only got 3 names here: Ewald Lewis, Lisa Marie Swart, and Derek Tiart. So I will not know who the others are. But this is obviously they decided on the last minute that they're going to enter. So that's 72, I can tell you, is Ewald Lewis. That is Lisa Maria Callahan. I don't know who's in that car because I don't have it on my list. That's the rumor car. So yeah, they've got a couple of cars out there that isn't on my list. The 69 car, I can tell you, is Derek Tiart. The 3 cars behind the front 3, their names are sadly not on the list. So they've obviously on 99.9 decided in the pits that they're going to take those cars out. So ongelukkig mense, ek kan nie vir jou sê wie in daai karre is nie. Ek het net 3 name op my lys. Yes, there's 6 cars out there. It's only give me 3. Yes. I'll make one mistake. You make 32. I'm listening to you. You want to come and rectify it. Yeah, Lisa Marie Swart. I was talking about her Callahan earlier on. That's why her surname stuck in my mind. But it's Lisa Marie Swart that done very, very well in the pink stocks this evening. She came, well, right top. I don't know where she's going to end up in the overall results. I think she's going to be in the top 3. So, yeah, we were given a list of, we've got Ewald Lewis in the 72, Lisa Marie Swart in the 24. Now, that is her dad's car, Jackie Swart, that she's driving in. And then Derek Tiart will be in the 69 car. That is the Jaco Botha car. And then there are 3 other cars as well that, unfortunately, Gaza, we don't have their names on the list.
Well, this is officially the last race of the season, being a pitmark race. You can very quickly see who has been out on a racetrack before. Nice to see Lisa Marie going from a front-wheel drive Golf right-hand drive to a left-hand drive rear-wheel drive BMW with probably 3 times the amount of power. But the rumor car definitely driven by somebody that knows exactly what they're doing out there. As these guys and gals work their way around, having a whole bunch of fun. They've done a whole season of work or a whole season of sponsorship. We've got the 69 up against the wall, unfortunately.
That's Derek Tiart. That's in that 69 car. He's in trouble. That is in the Jaco Botha car that he is in. That's Derek Tiart. We saw him race earlier on in that number 5 Golf in the stock rod category. He's driving
the
that
green and white Marlboro car.
Yeah. And then that's the Origin Oil, the 7 car. Like I said, we don't have that number or that name on our list. As I said, a couple of drivers obviously deciding on 99.9. They want to now jump into the driver's cars. So obviously, it is the way it is. But this is just for fun. So it doesn't really count for anything. The guys are just having lots and lots of fun out there. And nice for Lisa Marie to be in her dad's car as she gives a thumb. She obviously heard that she's in Pops's car. Now her dad, and I've said it before, I know, her dad, Jackie Swart, used to race main circuit at Killarney. Used to race in the what they call the fine car category at Killarney. Raced there for many, many years. And I never initially knew that was, now I'm going a couple of years ago, I never initially knew that or realized that was the same Jackie Swart until Emil Brandt from Tiny's Pitbox said to me, Frankie, do you know that Jackie Swart is the same Jackie Swart that raced fine cars main circuit back in the day? And I said to him, well, gee, that's news to me. But that was a good couple of years ago that Tiny fed me that information. So they're still trying to work on that 69 car that's been driven by Derek Tiart. And this is the last race of the day and also the final race of the 2025-2026 season here at Weskus Oval. Now you know what? When that car comes around again, Gary, have a good look at that face in that motor car. If that's not Shane Justice, then I don't want my name. I say, ek het so gedink, ja. No wonder that car was taken off like a rocket ship. The mayor, never mind. When he looked in my direction, I could see the eyes. En daai Shane Justice daai.
Was that naughty eyes?
Ja. That's the main, folks, that promotes the Just Clothing range. DJAS, die Jong Afrikaanse Style, that's what it stands for. And have a look on Facebook, and he markets that range. Inga Meyer used to do that many years ago. She, of course, being the wife of ex-Ovaltrack and main circuit racer Bruce. And then that just disappeared for a long time, that clothing range, Gary. And now, of course, taken over by Shane Justice, the man that lives in Bottersig. So we call him the mayor of Bottersig.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bruce Meyer out on main circuit for quite a long time. If I remember right, he had a pretty bad accident in Cape Town Corner a long time back. And yeah, since then I haven't seen him back out on circuit again. So let's hope that we will get to see Bruce Meyer at some point. The flooring man. Yeah, that is him. Yeah, that be the mayor. Herr Justice. Take my hat off to Lisa Marie, going from a right-hand drive, front-wheel drive, clockwise direction to a rear-wheel drive, left-hand drive, anti-clockwise direction. Total unwind at the end of the season.
Well, she might just like it and say, listen here, Dad, I want this thing next year. Who knows?
I don't think Jackie's going to give that car away.
You never know,
There's
eh?
a man that arrives at the circuit with a smile on his face, leaves the circuit with a smile on his face, very much involved in helping other people to get out on track as well. Hence, ex-sportsman of the year from Weskus Oval, and he was a very popular sportsman of the year as well. Was a very popular choice. Oh, we've got one car that's stopped on the far side. If we can get a breakdown. Oh, no, okay, he's just restarting from the back end of the pack. All else fails, switch on the petrol pump.
Well, I don't care who you are. To catch Shane Justice in that quick-create BMW, you got to be something special. Because, I mean, this man raced Ovaltrack and he races the Golf in Clubman's regional saloon cars at Killarney Main Circuit. So, the flag has gone down and off we go. And those who have never seen Shane in action before, you can see what he can do. You know, Shane Justice reminds me of Kwesi Vyas of a Zak Groenewald. Put him in anything and he'll do well.
Oh, he's putting up some pretty decent pace there. I'm surprised that he's not trying to do a serious drift session, because I think he's laid down more black stripes in Bottersig than anybody in the history of Bottersig. Loves to spin things up and smoke things up and drift things. And he's doing a lovely job, I must say.
Yeah, Shane, and then we've got a lovely fight that's going on here for that second position as they make their way down that back straight. That's the Dean Carsten's car that went very wide up against the wall there, and that is Eelward Loots. that is in that motor car. As a matter of fact, this is the car that's coming up. That is Lutz, that's in that 72 car. It was right up against the wall. And here comes Lisa Marie Swart coming around, and there is 2 more laps to go for race leader Shane Justice making his way into turn 1. Gaza, a lap and a bit to go.
Oh, and he's actually been chased down by the 55 car. And I see he's slowing down, going into the corners and trying to drift the tail end out. That's what Shane loves to do. But I think he'll look up now in the mirror and see, hold on, I might not win this race. I've got a little V8 here behind the 55 car that's closed right up on the back. So now it's a dice to the line.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know who's in that 55 car, but he's not going to beat Justice to the checkered flag. That I can promise you. He's going to give him a go, but I think Shane has got it covered. Yes, he has. Justice comes home in P1. Well done there to Shane. And then here comes Ilva Lutz to the flag as well. In that 72, that's in the Dean Carsten's car. And then here comes Lisa Marie Swart. Well done in Dad's car, Jackie Swart. So well done to all of them, and I'm sure they've had lots and lots of fun, especially Shane Justice.
Well, folks, that wraps it up for the 2025-2026 season. I think it's been a fantastic, one of the best seasons since we restarted racing at the Weskus Oval. And to Jean and Gary Favey, to Michelle and Mrs. Boertes and Mrs. Bezaidnout and all the others in the background that helped to make it all happen. Congratulations to each and every one of you. To our marshals that have done a sterling job through the course of the, thank you Amy, who's done a sterling job through the course of the season as well. Our breakdown guys, our medics, the people that stand by the gate, our lap scorers, our flagman, our lights people, clerks of the course, assistant clerks of the course, and to you, the public, that have made it all happen. Baie dankie aan ieder en elkeen van julle. Dit was 'n lekker seisoen gewees, and great to be able to finish it off in classic style like this with my bride partner Frankie Hinnis, the voice of West Province Motorsport. A big thanks to our sound man, coming in on short notice and taking over the sound and doing lots of improvements on that. And then also to Ruan and Courtenay, bringing of the best live streaming to the public on a regular basis. That's what they do. From my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely and good night to you, one and all. And I'll see you at the prize giving, not only tonight, but in 2 weeks from now at the Clip Some Soul. Cheers, everybody.
Right off of me, Frankie Yennis, was awesome. Thanks to Jean Favey that said, yes, Gary, bring Frankie with us this afternoon. And I want to say big thanks to everybody. Gary's covered everybody. There's nothing more for me to say. Thank you. Enjoy the off-season and watch social media for details. And you'll know when Weskus starts again, when Mega starts again, when Cape Old Drivers, when all the clubs fire up. And we will see you at Klein Karoo in a month's time. God bless everybody. Cheers. Drive home safely. Bye-bye.